All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you may be. Welcome to Tales from the Tables, Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus game here on Tabletop Down. Look at that, I nailed it this time. Welcome, everybody. Glad that you guys could all join me. I hope that we continue to see more of you pour in as we get started up, but let's get warmed up here a little bit. You guys will notice that I made some minor changes to the layout. It's no longer moving. And it seemed to run a lot smoother. I saw the transition go through really well. Hopefully that helps us with some of our graphical issues. You guys don't need to see my Twitter page. I had the wrong map pulled up, but other than that, we're doing good. Redoro, if I'm saying that right. Welcome. Either way, welcome everyone. Let's see, let's get started. So if you guys are here for the first time, we do a Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus game every week. We are pretty much running it straight out of the book, except for the fact that I like to make all my streams interactive. The way that we've done that here was by giving you guys, the chat, the option to interact directly with the players and NPCs in the game via our Ko-Fi store. If you want to check that out while you're watching the stream, it's very easy. Just click on the link that's in the section down below, or occasionally you'll see links pop up. Let me go ahead and do that actually. There's our link tree. You can easily find our Ko-Fi shop there. But yeah, you can head over to our Ko-Fi shop and you can add advantages, scrolls, potions to either the good guys or the bad guys. The reason for that is we are playing Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, so it's all about the blood war and the raging battle of good and evil that's been waging. So who do you serve, good or evil? You get to choose. So head over there and check that out if you guys get a chance. It really does support the stream, and it's really, really cool when you guys do it. You'll see that in this game, as a potion may have just saved the bad guys from a terrible defeat, or may have, caused more complication for our players, whichever way you want to look at it. But either how, let's go ahead and jump into the game. Jump into the introductions of the game. Like I said, we have been making our way through Baldur's Gate, learning as much as we can. After leaving the city of Elturel, our group of Hell Riders, accompanied by Sariel, our one mage, I guess you would say, or no, sorry, cleric. I don't know why I said mage. Our one cleric from Candlekeep, who is here on a search for information as well, have all been trying to figure out what happened to Elturel, where Thavius Krieg has ran off to during the disappearance of the city, and how the Cult of the Dead Three is connected to all this. So they have already battled their way through the Dungeon of the Dead Three and made their way to the Low Lantern, where they have encountered Amric Vanthemper, God, what a hard name. After meeting his brother Mortlock, who spilled the beans on his family's participation in the fall of Elturel and potential future intention to bring the same fate to the city of Baldur's Gate. So they have been following this thread and have moved in on Amric Vanthemper, trying to either kill or capture, to use him as some sort of leverage against Thalamra Vanthemper, the Duke and attempted Archduke of Baldur's Gate now. That seems to be part of her grand scheme. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into player introductions and all that, and then we will dive into describing the scene as we left it last week. But if you want to go ahead first, Hunter Rose, and tell us who you're playing, a little bit about your character, that'd be great.
Yeah, my name's Hunter. I'm playing Alejandro Vidajeo. I'm the party's bard. And I'm about to start a bar fight. And I'm very excited about it.
I'm pretty sure you've already started a bar fight, but yeah, now you have to deal with the outcome of that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, 50-foot Ant, if you would like to go next.
All right, I'm Ant. I'm playing Maxwell, our party's tinker and blacksmith, and if they don't stop me, I'm going to set this bar on fire.
Hell yeah.
That is the goal. He made the pledge last week that if we made $20, he's setting the bar on fire, and I'm pretty sure we made $20, so the bar has to burn down. But I'm gonna just throw it out there that 20 extra dollars, I'll help him light the match. You know what I mean? That's awesome. Lit. I love it. That's the second lit joke I've heard today. Awesome. Well, Gothica, as you are known here on Twitch or Ally, if you want to introduce your character as well, please.
I can't do a straight face today. I'm the cleric of the group. And I make very stupid, very bad decisions.
Very poor decision maker.
Extremely poor decision maker. I try to keep them healed where I can, although that's kind of out of the question today.
I'm not sure if she's a healer or an anti-healer sometimes, you know? Like, it's either...
I'm a problem.
Yeah, it's the occasional heal with a lot of face rotting. But that seems to be the way it goes. All right, well, last but not least, Jackal, if you want to describe your character to us, tell us who you're playing.
I'm Van Riel, the dad of the group at this point. Our party's paladin, who tries to keep most of them alive, but I don't think, hopefully, can keep everyone alive today during this bar fight.
We'll see how it goes. Usually Alejandro's the one playing the fatherly role, or the wise one of the bunch, but this week he started the bar fight, so I guess you are kind of put into the protector role this week. And as you guys can see, Numerous or Numo, our group's rogue, was not able to make it, so I will be filling in for him as we can. But just when I give a description, you'll understand a little bit better as to where he currently is. So if you guys don't mind, I want to switch over to our map screen here.
We're in so deep trouble.
Yeah. All right. Hey, I even got
I love
everybody in
it.
the right squares this week. Look at me go. All right. Well, if you take a look at our map, you will see that as we last left our party, they had made their way. I had a mistake on floors, so they're actually on the second sub-level of the bar. And currently, Sariel is sitting with Amric. I didn't have his token, so we're using Mortlock. But Sariel and Amric are cuddled up on the couch at the moment, as she had gotten a little too inebriated, and Amric had been poisoned with a paralytic poison. So he kind of collapsed onto her lap, and she's too drunk to remember why he's there. So I think she's just gone with it at this point. Flanked, of course, by his two bodyguards to the left and right. I think he kept calling them Ugg and Thug or something like that. Like, he's not very nice to them. Our group's bard, who is currently playing a jaunty bar fight song. Vanril, who had just made his way downstairs from killing several imps disguised as pigeons. We have Maxwell down here making his way in pursuit of allegedly Vanril, but we'll see how that plays out. And then a group of patrons. So we have a group of drow that have been sitting here at the bar, a group of what looks to be some rough and tumble sailor types that are sitting around the bar in different places, and a Duragar that was kind of in the mix there as well. Upstairs, there's a group of patrons, but they seem to be, at least at the moment, unaware of the current situation, or maybe they're slowly starting to realize it. And Lorelra, whose name I'm finally learning how to say, has retired. The owner of the establishment of the Low Lantern has retired to her quarters and said, "I will expect payment for damages when it's over." Essentially, do what you have to do, but somebody's paying for my broken tables. But that's where we had left off. So Numo, being the one kind of outlier, he was the one who administered the paralytic poison to Amric Vanthaper. His way of doing so was by putting the poison into his own mouth and then spitting it essentially into the cup of Amric while he was not looking, causing his own paralysis. He was touched slightly by the paladin to try and remove some of the paralysis, but since he's not here this week, I'm just going to say that Vanril, something is really off about Numo, because his legs still aren't working. And it seems to be spreading as the battle begins to escalate. He seems to also, you watch like one half of his face slump as if he could no longer control it, almost like cerebral palsy, you know what I mean? And then he just starts slurring his words, and it looks like the paralysis is also kicking in on him, but having a little trouble getting rid of it.
This is going great.
So would
He may have ingested
the,
more of it than
magic-
he realized.
We're all
would-
fucked.
And that's how
would the
we'll
magic
deal
just
with.
not take hold and be spent, or just as a make sure?
You can have the magic back, but this is just so I don't have to control a character.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure. Just
Yeah,
with
as
that.
far as that goes, you can have the 5 hit points that you used for removing paralysis
need it.
back, and we'll
We
see.
might
Maybe
really
maybe
need it.
Numerous might be able to make it by the end of the stream. We'll check that out around mid break or so and see if he happens to be able to make it in time. Also, you guys might notice that there is like 1 or 2 guys sleeping it off downstairs, but what little you learned about the low lantern is it's less of a formal, like not a dining hall. They barely have snacks out on the
Yeah.
bar. This is where you come to get drunk and gamble. If you've been kicked out of all the other bars, the low lantern typically still allows you, as long as you pay for the damages when the bar fight is done. That is kind of what Railroad's one rule. There's even a sign that just says, what happens, but you pay for the damages. Just mounted above the bar. That's her only, sort of stipulation. But our excuse me, as our group was trying to figure out what to do next, Amric has went stiff and rigid, and collapsed onto Sariel. One of the thugs, thanks to the chat and you guys rolling a perfect roll on the potion, the wild potion table, had rolled a anti-paralysis potion, essentially. I forget the exact name of it, but it does remove 1 debilitating effect, and he has pulled it out and is now moving towards Amric to try and put that in his mouth. Our bard is revving up the energy in the place, trying to encourage a bar fight to cause a distraction. And that's where we are going to pick up here. So if you guys want to tell me what you all want to do, I guess we already have initiative rolled from last week.
Yeah, because
so we can kind of just
already
move.
started.
Yeah, we can really move right into combat. So I guess the first thing that you would see is this drow. Let's see which one is this one right here. Let me move the map up a little. So this guy right here stands up. And at the top of his lungs yells, "Bar fight!" and pulls out 2 daggers, which he proceeds to try and stick into Maxwell's back.
I really feel like this guy has totally escalated the situation faster than we ever could.
Yeah, this guy's on point. Like he was right there for you. You needed it, and he was there for it. So let's see what he has.
Yes.
Yeah,
My spine does not.
He doesn't mind. I tell you what, actually, so it's short swords. So he makes a single he makes a single short sword attack. Well, no, I guess he can have daggers as well. I'll just reduce the damage. It'd be the same roll. So let's go ahead and roll for him. All right, so dagger number 1 is a 20, and the second one is a 13. So I'm assuming 1 hits and 1 doesn't, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
How bad
So
does it hurt?
it's going to be a 1d4 plus 2. So let's go that here. All right. Oh, nice. So that is 6 points of damage as he stabs you in the kidney. Essentially, you hear the scream of bar fight as you're just making your way down the stairs. So the ruse between you and Vanril still seems to be holding, where Vanril was the pigeon slayer and you were sent by Amric to deal with that rapscallion, pigeon-hating, fool that decided to mess with his brother's imps. But yeah, this guy comes up and stabs you, even though he doesn't know what your involvement is in the party. So, but yeah, that's his turn, and the next up would be Alejandro. So you quite literally have the stage, sir.
All right. I want to break into a song about.
Can I duct tape his mouth shut? No, just kidding.
You're busy being drunk.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm heavily occupied because I can't move currently. Thanks.
But yeah, you would like to break into a specific song?
a specific song about something derogatory towards drow to try and incite the other members to fight the drow.
Oh, okay. This will be an interesting roll. So I tell you what, go ahead and roll either persuasion or performance, whichever you prefer. I don't know which skill would be better for you, but yeah, feel free to roll either one to see how encouraging your ditty is.
Okay, so I at least get a 10 on it.
Okay, yeah. You automatically get a 10 on your performance checks, and that is plus 7. Whew, 17. Gotta love those bard skills, man. That is nice. Yeah, in that case, let me go ahead and roll a single die here and see how well this works for the others. I'm gonna roll a flat d20 and see how well it goes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, fucking drow, man. Those fucking drow. You actually hear the Durgar stand up, and he kind of points. And he says, and they took our mine! And he immediately goes charging after the two of them when it's his turn, of course. But yeah, it does seem that your song has had the intended effect of, kind of disparaging the entire race of drow, but it works, it works. But yeah. Anything else that you would like to do? I will say that's definitely your action, but if you have any like bonus actions or movement or anything, or are you just going to keep going with your song?
I'm going to keep going with the song.
All right, sir. Let's see. Next up, we have Bandit. Which one is this? So that
Loki?
is this guy down here. You see that he would actually stand up, look directly at his friend that he's sitting across the table with, and throw a right hook at his own friend. Because, hey, why not?
We use the term friend loosely here.
Yeah, very, very loosely. Let's see. That is a strength-based roll, right? Yeah. Okay, I was just making sure. I'm using some of their, stat blocks, but he's just throwing a fist, so...
Yeah.
Oof. His first attack misses entirely. Let's see. His second isn't much better. You can tell this guy's a little drunk. But yeah, he stands up and he just gonna, let's do it! And takes one swing and then the other, while his buddy's kind of swaggering and dancing around drunken monkey style to avoid it. Let's see. Next up, we have a thug. Back out from the screen here a little bit. Oh, okay, that's right. The thugs, these are the security guards. So I'm going to roll, let's see, we'll just roll a d4. And we'll say odds, this guy's the one holding the potions, even the other guy is holding the potion. So I can't remember exactly which one it is. So odds left, evens right.
I thought you said it was the closest one last time.
Yeah, well, they're both pretty close in this case. So this guy, you see, immediately makes his way over, pops the cork on some sort of bottle that he has produced from a pouch and says, "Don't worry, sir, I've got it," and crams this bottle into his mouth. Sariel, you're sitting there holding the guy almost like a child on his lap.
I'm just like, I have no clue what's going on. I'm just holding this guy. I'm not sure what's going on in the world.
Yeah, this guard is not very careful about it either. He just he wields it high into the air and then slams it into the guy's mouth. You can actually hear glass click across teeth. It's quite brutal. As he pours this potion into it and starts pushing on his stomach, just drink it, sir. As it starts, you watch the bubbles start to go down in this potion. So that's his action. He has administered a potion.
I can't with this.
Next up, let's see, is the Duragar, who stands up, points directly at the drow, and is just like, my family worked for 10 years in that mine, and you came by and stole it. Both drow look at each other like, who the fuck is this guy and what mine is he talking about? But he does make his way out, and actually he just like shoves right past you, Vanril, and starts making his way through the bar.
Yeah, as he shoves down, like, go get him. No, I just say, go get him.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. Would you make it an opportunity attack or just let him go?
No. He's like,
Okay.
I'm like, go get him.
All right.
Let him go.
Let
him go.
Let me see here. Actually, from right here, make sure he could. Yeah, he's got the range. He can get down there. He runs down and tries to make some attacks at this drow. Tell you what, actually, he doesn't yet make an attack, but on his way across the floor, you see him kind of like rip his sleeves off of his shirt and beat on his chest a little bit in kind of a, pumping himself up sort of way. And by the time that he, when you first see him to the time that he moves by, there's that like perspective where people get bigger as they get close to you. That seems to be exponentially increased, Maxwell, as this guy walks past you. Durgar are about your height as a halfling. This guy is now the size of a Goliath. He is going to cast Enlarge on himself for the next minute as he makes his way over towards that character. And produces... Yeah, he produces what looks like a mining pick that he had, along his side, and makes his way over towards the drow. But it is your turn, Maxwell. So the guy's like standing right next to you, and you're actually now like looking up at this dude as he's enlarged himself.
Okay, so the guy administering the potion, does it look like he's like administered all in one go, or is he still trying to pour it in?
No, he used the full action. So just like with the way that we do it for ourselves, is that you can take a potion for yourself as a bonus action, or you can give a potion as an action. So he has got it in there and has even started like Heimlicking this bottle down his throat. So yeah, he has consumed the potion. It's in there. Amric is more than likely going to start experiencing the effects. I mean, it was pretty harsh on Numo, so we'll see how it works out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shiznits. Because I was going to throw something at him to try to distract, but if he's already finished administering the potion.
Yeah, that's why I rolled to see which thug it was. This way I knew what order of operation, and just random luck, he got to it first. Thank you, Fleur Yvette, by the way, for that purchase last week, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Fleur or Cop? Now that I'm thinking about it. Was it Cop last week? That's right. I apologize. Yeah, Fleur has also done something. I'll get to that. But yeah, Cop was the one that purchased the potion, so you can blame him.
All right, well, we'll have to do that later. In that case, since it looks like we're going to have to physically drag this guy out of here, I'm going to scoop up the nearest tankard or bottle from this table right here.
All over the place.
And then to move over.
Like I know how this is going to go down.
Here. All right, actually, yeah, that shouldn't trigger an attack of opportunity from him.
Yeah, no, he was far enough away. He's on the opposite side of the table. There's 5 feet between you.
All right, so hefting the bottle of alcohol, I'm going to take aim at the thug on the right, and I'm going to use catapult to launch it at his head.
That is what I was expecting. I don't know what it is with tankards and catapult with you, but it tends to work out in your favor, so feel free to roll it. Or do I make a dex save? I can't ever remember with this one. I think you make an attack.
Nope, he makes a dex save against a 14.
All right, it is a dex save. All right. Luckily, thugs are notorious for their dexterity. He has a +0 on that roll. That is a natural one. So he is
Would that be-
standing there, and you see a look of panic on his face as he is watching the scene unfold with this strange woman that he doesn't know, and all of a sudden his boss has been paralyzed. He has, failed at his job. He looks terrified and is watching the other guard administer the potion and catches this mug right to the back of the skull, man. So yeah, oh god, 12 damage.
Since you can't roll attack, would a natural one be like a critical? Or
I have previously done it that way, and that is kind of a fun way to play it. Yeah, I tell you what, I will throw that decision to the group right now. Would you like criticals on spells? Because rules as written, no. But if you guys want to do it that way, I am okay with allowing spells for, wizards and clerics too. You know what I mean? So if you guys think that you're okay with that, I am fine with allowing it.
Man, if only we had a wizard. Dragon
Right?
wizard.
it makes sense.
Yeah,
At least
I'm
in my
okay with
opinion.
it.
Like if it, yeah.
Yeah, if nobody else has any issue with it, so that means when they critically fail a saving throw, it would work the same as if you had succeeded on an attack, critically hit on an attack roll.
And that'll apply to us too, right?
That will also apply to you. That's
Yes.
that's why I asked, because it will go both
Yes.
ways.
Chance to die almost
Yep.
doubled. Let's do this.
Yeah, it's a good rule. I think the reason they didn't do it was just because, it tends like spells are typically more damaging anyway. But I think it's a good rule like house rule to add in.
It's still criticals even if you have if you get a natural 20 with a attack spell, like where you roll a dice. So
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's something I have always allowed, is if you make an attack roll on a spell, you know what I mean, it still works as a critical. So yeah, it should work the opposite way for the saving throws as well. All right, well in that case, instead of 12, he takes 24 points of damage as this it's like a tin mug. It has a mermaid handle on it, a nice seashell lid, very nautically themed. And as it wings across the room, ale goes everywhere, and you see this thing damn near crushing the back of his skull. He is still alive, but he is not doing well. Let's just put it that way.
Because my follow-up is I point and just whistle, and a mechanical dog just sprints down the stairs and just books it directly at him before going straight for the bum cheek.
We realized after last session, we went the entire session and never saw your hound.
I just assume he's standing outside the door because no droids.
Oh yeah. No droids allowed. Nice.
no droids. These are not the droids you're looking for.
I am totally okay with that, but it's just funny to me because we never thought of it, but yeah, it never even got mentioned last game. So I forget what we were using. No, we were using the Mastiff, if I'm not mistaken. Where is the Mastiff token? There he is. I still need to get a token made, but I haven't been able to pay my Roll20 subscription in a minute, so let me switch this over. What's its health, by the way? Your Iron Defender.
26 hit points.
26
He's
hit points.
actually almost as tough as I am.
Is that its total HP, by the way?
Yeah, that's total.
Okay. All right. I'm just going ahead and setting it so that we know. Go. Oh wait. And controlled by.
Generals is the only one whose health I can't see.
There you go. So you can put them wherever you want them.
All right, so he runs up.
We'll
to
say
the
that
guy
he was
who just took
essentially
the
at the
tanker.
stairs, so you can use your movement from there. I don't know how much he actually moves. Pretty small bar, I think. I think it's only like 50 feet across, right? Yeah, 70 feet from front to back, but yeah.
And he's got 40-foot movement speed. He books it.
Oh yeah, he
got
can
a
get there.
21. He got a 21 to attack.
That also hits for sure. For an additional
Yeah,
3
it takes 3
points of
chop
damage. So as this thing cracks him in the back of the head, and you see it nearly Sariel, Envision this with me, if you would. You're
Oh,
sitting on a
God.
couch. You're pretty hammered. You're barely able to hold yourself up. There's a man paralyzed on top of you. There's now a guard on top of that man pouring a potion into him, and now another man with a really bad head wound has now also collapsed on top of the pile. Essentially, so you got like three. You are at the bottom of
going
a
anywhere.
dog pile, and the top dog is the robot on top. That is currently chewing on
Dang.
his ankles as far as that goes. So yeah, you're kind of in a tough situation there.
It's
Just
fine.
trying to move it a
I'm
little
just
bit.
letting them be like, it's whatever at this point.
Yeah, but yeah, he's still alive. Believe it or not, still alive, but just barely. He is not looking well. Like Siriel, from your position, you can see that this guy's eyes are like doing that jittering thing of a man that's just been, sustained a serious head trauma. He's not okay. But yeah.
Healing wound.
Let's see. Is there anything else that you need to do on your turn there, Maxwell?
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay.
I've done all I can do.
In that case, it is Amric's turn. Amric Vanthamber. Like I said, I didn't have an Amric token. That's my fault, guys. So we have to use the Mortlock token that I made. The worst part is I have the token. I'm just out of space. I can't upload anymore. But, okay. Amric. Let's see. I have different stats here. Oh, no, okay. I was just clicked on the wrong character. I was like, why is it showing me two different HPs? All right, cool. Let's see. Okay. Ooh. I believe at this point you will see that he starts to come to. The paralysis does start to wear off as the potion, starts to do its thing. You actually hear him like cough a little bit and spit up a little potion on the table as he pulls the bottle out of his mouth and just smashes it. And starts trying to push these guys off of him. Get off me, you giant oaf! What is wrong with you? My lady, please. I apologize. We must get out of here. These men have lost their minds. Actually, I'm gonna give him I'm gonna give him a wisdom roll. See if he has any idea at all. Yeah, he's clueless. Yeah, he turns and as he pushes off the other two, he kind of reaches out and grabs a hand. It puts one hand to you while using the other hand to throw a dagger. Let's see. Who was it that actually spit the potion into it? So it was Maxwell and Numo that had approached, right?
But I mean, he also sees me coming down the middle as well.
Yeah, he's also got you also. So typically he would be able to make 3 attacks, but he's offering one hand to Siriel. So let's just go ahead and say that he throws 1 dagger at Vanrol and 1 dagger at Numo, and the third one is where he was holding on, But let's go ahead and roll up 1 for Vanrol. That's a 10, so I'm assuming that doesn't hit your AC.
No, I'm still at 22.
Use the actual button this time. Is it rolling dice slowly for anybody else?
No.
It's Friday night. It's likely a lot of lag from everyone doing their D&D right around now.
That's what I'm getting here. Try the regular.
Yeah.
Gonna get like 10 rolls all of a sudden, I'm sure. Give me a second here, guys. I'm having some issues.
Can we test the roll real quick? To see if it's slow on my end too?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just throw a roll out there, see if it does anything.
Oh,
Goes right through on your end. I might need to just refresh my page.
Yep,
though.
same.
Oh, wait. There they go. There it goes. It starts. I knew I was going to do it here in a minute. I'll refresh my page. Man, I hope that doesn't mess up the initiative or anything. Oh, thank God, it doesn't. I was really worried it was going to like reset the initiative. But yeah, so first one was a 10. The second was a 25 at Numo. So luckily just one shy of a critical. So he does hit Numo for 5 points of damage. I don't know what Numo's max HP is at this point. Looks like he's currently at 17 out of 31.
I can open up the thing if you need to check.
Well, I have it here. I just didn't.
Oh, okay.
I forgot that it shows me in the combat tracker. He's at 17 and out of 31. That is going to be a -5. And as the daggers, whoops.
What was he injured before?
Ah. 15. I have no idea.
Because of the paralysis poison?
That is
No,
not.
I don't think that did any damage.
He wasn't. We all had a long rest right before that, so I don't know what he's injured from. He didn't take any.
He might not.
Yeah,
he
'cause
might
he
have
wasn't
just not
hurt.
reset it. Here we go.
He might have
Let's
not.
set him to reset his character then. This is
that's
why
what
I
I'm trying to
always
think of,
hate
like,
when players don't show. This is hard.
Because like
I
there
don't
was no
know.
combat. Yeah, there was no like damage until
Yeah, you're right.
this exact moment.
But yes, so what you end up seeing there is a dagger that comes whizzing past your head, Vanril, and another one that whizzes past the other side, but you hear it stick. And as you look over, you see that Numo is kind of like propped against the bar in a very posed way. He's got drool running out of one side, and there is now a dagger just like sticking out of his arm. There's not even a reaction. You actually might just see like the eyes darting towards the arm a little bit, just like but he can't do anything about it. So that's where
I've had
he's
that
currently at, right? Haven't we all?
Sleep paralysis.
But yeah, that's Amric's move on that turn. Numo, of course, we're skipping him because he is paralyzed, and Sariel. Amric has extended a hand to you. Do you take it? I tell you what, actually, it's been a little while since last session. Give me another Constitution saving throw. Let's see how
still
bad the intoxication is still, coursing through your system.
With disadvantage?
You drank like an entire cup of like essentially
I drank an entire
kerosene
cup
last
of the
week.
strongest shit that they had, and I've never drank before in my life. Yes.
Yeah, so let's just go ahead and say that rolls at disadvantage. But we'll give you a chance.
That's a
18
10.
and a 10. So
That's even worse than my last roll.
You still have all of the disadvantages, of course. You know what I mean? So the way that being intoxicated works is gives you disadvantage on attack rolls and stuff. You still have that part, but you're at least somewhat aware of your faculties, if you choose to be.
What are we gonna do with her, Anne? I don't know. I'm trying to think what would be the best way for the group at this point. Because she would be straight up dumb enough to take his hand. Because, like, she is stuck under these people as it is. She can't move.
Right.
So she's gonna take the dude's hand and hope that he fucking will, move everybody away.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's kind of shoved off the guard. As far as that goes, like, just get off me. And at least been able to bring himself to his feet. So yeah, you're kind of out from under the dog pile, but yeah, he goes to pull you up with him as he goes to make the escape with him. Join me, my lady. We shall make our exit.
I mean, I know his name. I know he's our guy we need to have. I mean, might as well, right?
Yeah, at very least, it keeps an eye on him, right?
Yeah, right.
But
I'll
yeah.
just go with.
Okay. Do you take any other actions on your way? As you're making your way out of the booth?
I mean, I'm probably swerving left and right. Let me have a look real quick.
Yeah, now that you're out from underneath the dog pile, of course, you see that Alejandro is hurriedly playing a song that encourages a less of a favorable tone towards drow. And the rest of the bar has descended into chaos. You're hearing glass breaking and punches being thrown. It's a madhouse.
Huh.
Excuse me.
I'll try to throw a dagger while I'm being dragged away
Okay.
to fucking. That's a good question, actually. Hold on, what's exactly going on in the bar?
There is one guy sitting at the bar that stood up, and he seems like he's getting ready to fight. That would probably be the closest one to you, is this guy here. Otherwise, the majority, well, there's also like the two guards that Amric has kind of shoved to the sides while pulling you up.
Well, one of them is already basically about to die.
Correct. Yeah, the rest of them is your own party. This one is currently also being chewed on by a robotic hound.
Doggo.
If you wanted to take a shot on him, I don't think you might be able to sneak it off in the scuffle, so to speak. As maybe Amric wouldn't notice that you just finished off that guard.
Yeah. If he notices, though, we're kind of screwed.
It's up to you.
I'll just go with him. I don't want to attack anybody that's unnecessary to be attacked right now.
Okay.
I mean, the dude's bleeding out. The boy's got this.
In that case, you get yourself up, and I can't really move anybody, but I'll use the squares, I guess. There we go. Oop, I lost one.
No, I'm right under
It's
it.
under.
There you go. Yeah. Place you two like this as he is stood up and getting ready to make his exit at very least. But yeah, there we go. Because I think I had these guys kind of slightly out of their boxes. That works. All right, cool. So you get up and begin moving with Amric. Let's see. After your turn, we have another bandit. That is this guy here. Let's give him a roll to see how much he hates drow. High, he falls for it. Low, he doesn't. He gets up and also kind of starts kicking over chairs and tables as he makes his way down towards these two as well. Actually, he's probably got the movement for it, so let's just move him right up here next to this other one. Can't I get those two next to each other for some reason? It's like the diagonals aren't working. I don't know. Anywho, he's moved up to this guy here. That's going to make an attack roll against him. He produces what looks to be like a piratey blade, a scimitar, and is going to take a shot with it. 22. He does hit, but it doesn't seem to do much damage to the drow, but definitely does have an effect. He's at a 4. So he takes 2 points of damage. All right. Seems like your ruse to send all the people at the patrons, or have them fight each other, seems to be working. Let's go to the next guy.
That'd be me, I think.
Yeah, Vanril. Yeah, you're up.
So, how tall is the ceiling here?
Ceilings aren't super high down here, so they're probably like, I would say 8 feet at most. You know what I mean? Like your average person's,
Right.
Roughly around 6 foot.
Real quick.
So it's probably about a foot or so above that. Yeah, I'd say it's an 8-foot ceiling, but in select places, like probably like right above this table and each of the end tables, there might be like a chandelier. You know what I mean? That's kind of hung from the ceiling.
All right, so I'm going to use my bonus action for the what is it? My celestial revelation, which does the wings.
The dude wants to fly in a ship.
Well,
Gotcha.
we'll see what we can do real quick. So yeah, so at the point the wings just sort of sprout off from his back. His eyes start to glow brighter yellow. Looks over. So, do you think it would be enough room above Sariel to sort of like use the wings to kind of hop over and try to scoot over her?
Yeah, I'm okay
Or
with
no?
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're, all this, the first round essentially is happening all at once. So yeah, they're just now picking themselves up. If you just want to use it more or less to bound over them, that's fine.
Yeah. So I go to this side of let's see, yeah. So that's from here to there. That is 30. So onto the couch.
Okay. The one person so let's see. You would have to
Yeah.
move past this guy. You could probably avoid, but you would have
Yeah.
to move by moving to the opposite side. You will be going over
Yeah, I would have
Amric,
moved
so
past-
he'll get to
yeah.
make a quick dagger attack at you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's a 15, so not enough to hit.
No.
Yeah, he,
Yep.
he tries to swat at you with some sort of bladed weapon.
Yeah. I just sort of, bring the shield down and sort of deflect it as I sort of, in a sort of an attempt to sort of distract it as I land on the other side. I sort of lay my hand on her shoulder, not like more like a pretend like shove, like to try to push, like not like shove, but like looks like a push, and I want to use 5 points of lay on hands to get rid of her inebriation,
Okay.
since it would be considered poison. And sort of
You
like
kinda-
push as I do it, slightly, just like the nudge.
Right, more or less
considered
hop
poison,
over
though?
and,
Yeah,
with a
it is.
false get out of the way, you slam a hand across her. Siriel, as you feel that hand slap onto your back, you do feel a familiar, as you being a cleric yourself, kind of divine feeling that courses through you, and over the next 6 seconds, your vision starts to focus in. Where there was 3 Amrics in front of you, that becomes 1, and you're no longer penalized by the alcohol. Like, don't get me wrong, there's probably still a little bit of a buzz there, but any
Yeah.
negative effects have been resolved.
All right, that's all I can do.
Okay, cool. After Vanroll, we got another bandit. It's gonna be this guy. So these two were already fighting. So he's just gonna take a swing at his own buddy. The first one threw a punch at him. This one's gonna pull a blade on the other. So he pulls out a scimitar and says, "Damn it, Daryl, not me!" and takes a swat at him. 18 does hit. So that was the first one, if I'm not mistaken. 19. Yeah, so he takes a shot at that guy. It does 2 points of damage. Getting really good at rolling 2s. So you see the first guy kind of almost fall backwards trying to avoid the blade, nearly stumbling over his own chair, but does take a cut across the chest as he does so. Next up is the guard that is nearly dead. He is going to stand up and try and fight off the Steel Defender. This is what it's called, right? Steel Defender?
Yep.
I thought so. Give me 1 second, I'll read that. Let's see, so Steel Defender. He gets to make 2 attacks. So you're gonna see him pull a mace off of his hip and start trying to swat it at this dog, almost like booping him on the nose, but more aggressive. But
Don't boop the snoot.
yep, that's definitely what he's going for. That's a 19 and a 10. So the 19 does, that's a figure. That does 7 points of damage.
Ouch.
He booped him.
Booped him good.
That's a boop and a half.
Yeah, you kind of you hear kind of a metal ping sound as he slams into it, and sorry, he has a name, right? You've given him a name.
I think we just ended up settling on RoboPup after I used that jokingly several times, and then
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. You see RoboPup kind of shake his head and back up a little bit after the first one, missing the second attack. So next up is this guy here at the bar. I am going to give him a die roll. So let's go with 1,
just roll to see if they die.
2, 3, and 4. Start at the top and work our way down. He just wants to
1.
hit somebody. He doesn't care who it is. It's a 4.
Oh.
Maxwell. He jumps up and runs across the
boy.
floor at you. He has selected you at his target as his target. Let's see. So
Little people first.
yep, he pulls out a blade and takes a shot at you. That's only an 11 though. So not these guys are all too drunk to fight properly, that's for sure.
He's aiming for a normal person height when he should be swinging around his ankles.
Right. This just says monster. Is there any guys that haven't attacked? I put 5 of these guys in here? There are 5 of these guys in here. Holy crap. We need
I don't think any of the dark elves have attacked yet. Is it one of them?
No, that's so the first one was the one that started it. The second one kind of came in thereafter, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yeah. The first dark elf stabbed you. Tried to stab you. But yeah, I'm just minus a bandit. That's all. I forgot one. So where's he at?
Come downstairs.
Exactly. That's I'm just trying to find the token. So you see another guy come down the stairs. Is there a fight down there? Hells yeah! And you see him kind of, whoa, God. I just heard like 50 bloops on my end. My earpiece just went nuts. All my rolls just went through at once. Sorry about that. It scared me. I was like, what's happening? But anyway, this guy comes down the stairs. Oh, man, there's so many. This is a target-rich environment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll roll a d8. And we're going to go counterclockwise. 1,
This one
2,
also
3,
goes to Maxwell.
4, 5, 6, 7. We'll call that guy 8.
Bring it on.
It might. You never know. So that's 5. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He marches to the first guy that he can see and pulls out a blade and starts attacking. All these guys have like very piratey scimitars. So that's going to be 7 points of damage. He's going to attack the guy that just attacked for 7 points. 7 damage. All right. And last but not least is the final drow, the one at the southernmost end. He is going to attack the guy in front of him. Short sword. Yeah, short sword. It's only a 10 though. It's not enough to hit. All right, the other drow, back to the top of the initiative round. The first drow that started this event is going to make an attack against the Duragar. He is actually going to throw up a hand and cast Fairy Fire. So, let's see. Each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in a violet light. Any creature in that area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw for the duration. Objects affected shed 10-foot light. But anyway, it just gives the advantage on attack rolls. But it's going to be a 20-foot radius, 20-foot cube. So let's make a box.
Oh.
It's a Numo!
He's awake.
Sorry. He lives.
You're paralyzed on the floor of the bar and you're about to die.
10.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
Not
it's
about to die.
roughly about this
Gotta
size.
Pull this
set
off.
dagger
He's
into
hurt.
him.
Yeah, I did pretty damn good on that. Let me go.
How'd you know?
So he's going to cast it on everyone in this area. So essentially, all these guys down here at the bottom of the bar light up in pink and are now all hit with fairy fire. Welcome, by the way, Numerous. Glad you could join us, man. Give me a second, and I will remove your out to lunch tag. Get you in there.
I may have done a backflip over somebody.
You also need to.
You are
I need to
not
move
a
any
monk.
tokens yet.
Wings.
Give me just 2 seconds.
With enough
here.
coffee, anyone can be a monk.
Are you ready to go with your camera yet, there, Numerous? So let me go.
Oh,
I guess not. Hang on, let me
Numerous is now me.
have it.
Yeah, I can fix that.
Become the numerous.
Echo, you've changed.
Oh no, I'm now sublime.
You are now Zariel.
Now you're Nemo again. There we go.
Oh, now I'm Numo.
There we are.
There we go.
2
Tackle over here
seconds.
having the mother of all identity crises.
I don't know who I am. Here,
What happens when the DM casts polymorph on a player?
Got confused. Cast confused.
There we go.
Oh.
Got everything fixed up. Good stuff. All right. So yeah, Nemo, you came in. So since I didn't want to run your character, we've essentially said that those effects of the paralysis poison, for some reason, didn't get resolved. Last week. So we kind of retconned that. So currently, you're drooling on yourself on the bar. But if you'd like, we'll go ahead and say that some of the effects are starting to wear off. You might be a little wobbly and off, you might be a little wobbly on your feet, but for the most part, you should be fine. Let's just say that you have disadvantage for the first round. You know what I mean?
Oh, and you got stabbed in the arm.
And you get
Oh
stabbed.
yeah, you have a dagger sticking
Yeah,
out of your arm.
so real quick, just to clarify, it's on my end, it shows that you were at 17 hit points out of 31. But we couldn't remember any reason why you were actually damaged. Because we had a rest prior to this, right? Was there a reason that you had that, or did you just not hit your rest button yet?
Since the getting poisoned, I
don't think you took any damage. Yeah,
No,
you can go ahead and full rest yourself, but then also add 5 hit points worth of damage after you rest. You know what I mean? Because yeah, we rested right before coming to the low lantern. I don't recall you getting into any scuffles or kerfuffles or whatever you want to call it. In the meantime.
Okay.
Cool. Glad you could join us, man. All right, let's get to it. The first drow cast Fairy Fire, Alejandro. We're back to the top of the round. Your inspirational song to cause anger towards the drow in the room has worked. There seems to be a fight right to your right where the guards and Vanroll and everything's going crazy. What would you like to do?
I'd like to cast.
All right, what are we casting?
I'm casting Charm Person on Van Thamper.
On Emmerich, okay. So, Charm Person. If you could, maybe share that in the chat for me. Do you guys remember which button it is? I think it's the one that looks like a thought bubble. Should actually post that to chat. This way everybody can see it.
I thought if you just casted it, it doesn't.
Yeah, I think if you just cast it, it might do it too.
Yeah.
You got it. Hold on a second.
It's been a while since I messed with the character sheets, so can't ever remember.
No, not this one. Normally it does.
Oh, that's right, because I was sitting there thinking, I said the thought bubble. I'm looking at your character sheet on Roll20. That's why, because it's not on there. Either way, DC 13 Wisdom saving throw, but just if you could refresh me on how that spell works, then maybe. Because is it just like a command word that you give, or
I have to make eye contact with the guy, or no, I have to be able to see the guy, and it's it's a 30-foot radius, and basically what I say is they become very friendly and very passive towards me. And so
Okay,
basically,
okay.
I'm going to cast it on him. I'm going to say,
Yeah.
"Come with me, Van Thamper. You're in trouble. Let me get you out of here."
Nice. Yeah, the
Oh,
charmed
this is
creature
going so
regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. But it lasts for 1 hour. So here's the part that
Does it?
I'm kind of struggling with. It says you attempt to charm a humanoid within range, but it makes a wisdom saving throw and does so with advantage if you or your companions are fighting it. I don't think he
doesn't
knows
know.
your companion, so I'll let you get away with this one. Yeah. That's also, so I was kind of struggling, like, you're not the one that started a fight with him, but yeah, I think you're all right. So let's go ahead and make
That's
a
okay.
wisdom save for him.
I want to say rules is intended for that. I think was just supposed to be if you're in the middle of actively punching an ogre in the nards, and then someone in the middle of that cast charm person, it don't work.
It's like
Right.
punching him in the dick, like, you like me, damn it.
He somehow
Be my
fails even with
friend.
advantage on the roll, and he's like, "Man, I do like you. Is this just acupuncture?"
I think I've learned something about myself today. Oh, but he rolls a 20. Holy shit. Unfortunately, as the spell kind of begins to take hold, you see, what? I don't know you. Leave me alone. He kind of, seems a little apprehensive and kind of washes that away. Seems to ignore your pleas.
Someone who had the advantage token that they could use disadvantage for.
Oh yeah. Can I use that?
Yes, yeah. If you want to cause disadvantage on the roll, you absolutely can. In that case, he
Yes,
would take
I
a
do wanna
10
cause
and fail
disadvantage.
that roll.
So he's charmed now.
Yes, yeah. Because if you want to go ahead and burn one of your chat advantages, you're
Yes.
welcome to do so.
Yes.
He would roll a 10. In that case, he would look at you and say, "Quick, we must make haste. Which way do we go?"
I'm Van Hamper.
I'm totally forgetting his voice from last week. It was very Nigel Thornberry, right? You know,
Yeah.
like,
Right.
no, it's right. Which way do we head out of here?
Come with me. Get to the stairs. And I start leading him through, and I draw my
Lead the
sword.
way.
Stay behind my back. And I
Okay.
lead him through I lead him through the fight up to the stairs.
Trying to get him out of there.
I
Okay.
tell him to follow me, and I head towards the stairs.
Cool. He does take the assist in this situation. Whoops. Okay, I got it. So I clicked off the screen for a second. All right. So on his turn, he will follow you whichever direction you want to head.
And I want him to go be right behind me.
Okay. Let's say if you want, you can physically drag a person. It reduces your movement by half, but otherwise, just his turn's like not too far after yours. He'll follow directly behind.
Okay.
I'm clicking.
Wouldn't
all
his
the wrong
movement be
buttons
even
here.
less if he were to attempt to drag Contemporate, since he's also holding me?
Yeah, I was about to say he was also going to try and drag you unless you resist. So we'll see how that plays out when we get to his turn.
Yeah. I think if you're dragging somebody and they're resisting, I think is what it was, right?
Yeah,
just-
if you're trying to carry somebody or drag them, yes, that's true. That's a good point. All right. Yeah, that's fair. In that case, we'll just go ahead and use force movement. I tell you what. So at the point that he does try to be pulled away by Alejandro, Sariel, would you continue to go with him, or would you like resist?
No, I would definitely go along.
Okay, go along with him. Then here's
Yep.
what I will do. I'm gonna go ahead and give you
I'm here
guys
for the long haul now.
give you guys a little free movement here, and we're just gonna begin dragging you. We'll say that essentially you have drug him.
I would- Can I make a just for extra show? Can I make a fake opportunity attack towards Sariel as they go away to try to convince keep him still within the
To
even
keep
at-
him
even with
thinking
Trump-
that
yeah.
I'm not the enemy.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you want to try and make a fake attack
That's a
towards
mock.
her. Go
Yeah.
ahead and roll a attack roll. Do so with disadvantage since you're intentionally trying to fail it, but we'll see if any mishaps happen. Here's where you're going to roll 2 nat 20s. You know what I mean? 13 and
13
14.
and 14.
I don't think either one of those hit your armor class, correct? You got
No.
armor class 16. Okay. So yeah, you take
And
a
even
swat
if
at...
it did, I would have rolled for my action just to fuck him over.
Right, yeah, that's fair. So let's see. Bandit number
Because at this point,
1.
he looks like he's attacking, so I would have definitely, if it would have been hit, I would fucking ripped into shreds.
Right. So
It's quite obvious what I'm doing.
yeah.
You're not
So
drunk
se-
anymore.
Seven
matter.
7 point. So yeah, this guy here takes another shot at his friend. Now he's fighting 2 guys. Actually, as the other guy approaches, he says, "Hey, nobody hits my friend but me," and tries to take a shot at this guy, but misses horribly. This guard follows in pursuit, trying to clear the way, and would probably actually get to about right here, and that's where he's going to stop and have an altercation with you two. So Numo, yeah. I think he would actually try to clear the path. So Numo, he's going to make an attack roll against you. I've got too many mice in my hands. I got a mouse for each computer here. Damn, man. Even with advantage because of your paralysis, he's still not able to hit you. These guys are useless. The Duragar, and now with Enlarge cast on himself, makes an attack at the Drow. So let's see. For 1 minute, the Duragar magically increases in size, along with anything it's wearing or carrying. When enlarged, the Duragar is large, doubles its damage dice on strength-based weapon attacks included in the attack, and makes... Oh, okay, it is written here. Awesome. So it'll be the second number. Whew, 22 against the Drow for 14 points of piercing damage.
Oh.
So as he is now enlarged and glittering with pink sparkles, you see him raise this war pickup and just plant it directly in the head of the Drow, who immediately crumples to the ground. Like he just goes stiff, rigid, and then just collapses at his feet. So that guy is dead.
Well,
Maxwell,
he's the one that yelled bar fight.
your turn, sir.
All right. Hey, Numa, remember our DMs?
Yes.
I dart over here, reaching for a rolled piece of parchment that's sticking out of the back of Numo's pocket.
You
I'm
do
going
see
to
that
pluck
it's
it out.
hanging out of the pocket.
And
Yeah.
I'm saying, I'll pay you back later. I dash back over here. I'm going to point at this
Okay.
particular spot. And I'm going to quickly unroll the parchment and read aloud the magic words on it. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Right.
And cast Fireball.
Cast fireball.
On a ship?
It
Is
is
it so?
actually
It,
not quite a fireball.
I was gonna
but
say, I
very
believe it was
close.
fire breath, right?
I thought it was Fireball.
Probably
It is.
Either
Yeah,
way,
same.
we are screwed.
Numo would know. It's either fire breath or flaming sphere, one of the two.
Uh,
that was flame breath.
Sorry,
I'm down for any of the above.
Where I sent that.
You do
Good
really
hour.
carry the fire right next to the stairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agnazar's
Luckily, you
Scorcher.
I have your
depending on how
party.
the blast radius of this works, you would have cover if it's fire breath because you're in the stairwell. So that gives you cover, but yeah, definitely starting a fire right next to the exit. Aha, Agnazar's Scorcher, that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Okay.
A spell scroll bears the words of a single spell written on it. Let's see. A wizard spell and scroll can be copied. It doesn't actually have the spell. Let me Google it here real quick. Agnazar.
So if I'm right, it should leave this area. It won't let me click.
A line of roaring flame, 30 feet long, 5 feet wide, emanates from you in a direction you choose. Each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. My creature takes 3d8 fire damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. So it is just a singular line of fire. And you
Okay.
can definitely
Perfect.
kind of set it. Let's see, doesn't have the thing. So if you kind of aimed it this way, I think you could absolutely hit all 4 of those guys. You know what I mean?
Okay. And that should be
Yeah.
far enough over it won't hit Alejandro.
There we go. I forgot. If you hit the
I
Alt
did-
key, it'll loosen it to where you
Okay.
can be a little more free with it. So yeah, putting it right down through here, you can hit all 4 of those guys and skip Alejandro because he is in the stairwell, which is actually like behind a wall leading up away from you.
Excellent. And that should
all
still
right.
leave like this patch here, which it is really not letting me ping.
Over here.
Yeah.
It's
Right
you
there,
can't
yeah.
you can't ping because you have the measure tool up.
Oh, nuts.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well,
we'll
my
get the hang of
various
it.
failings aside,
But yeah, all right.
yeah,
So
that right there should leave it clear.
4 bandits. Let me see here. Sure, 4 bandits and it's just the 4 bandits. All right. So 4 bandits go up in a ball of fire. They need to make dexterity saves.
So since it's a spell scroll and a level 2 one,
Oh yeah,
based
you need to
on
make
the
a roll on
rulebook-
that. Correct. I forgot.
Yes. So
That's a
first
fair
I
point.
have to make a roll equal to DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. And I have to make an intelligence check.
Yeah, intelligence arcana if you have it. Equal to
Decent
12.
work.
I knew I had a bunch of rolls here to make.
Oh.
All right, so first roll, of course, is a failure. Do you have any of your advantages left?
I do, and I'm going to expend one because I kind of don't want to waste this thing.
Fair enough. I assume that's why you clicked it twice. But yeah, cool.
No, actually, I just had a spaz, but
It worked.
I'm going to
worked
pretend
out.
it was intentional.
it worked out rather well. So yeah, and exactly the reason why it's awesome that you guys buy these players advantages, because as you can tell, they're bad at dice. But yeah, spell goes off, no issue, and I'm gonna make 4 rolls, and we'll just go, in order, zigzag
Cool.
down through there. So left, right, left, right. 7, 6, 11, and 9. All 4 of these
Oh.
guys fail. If you would like to roll 12 damage. Okay, so all 4 of these guys are immediately incinerated. There's nothing left of them. The bones, smoking bones, they did not have much HP.
Now, Aganazar Scorcher doesn't clarify this particular one. Does it set this part of the bar on fire?
Absolutely, it sets this part of the bar on fire. How could we miss such an opportunity as such? So let's see. Whatever. Did they get rid of the effects button? I think they did. What a disappointment. They used to have cool effects. You could do a little fire
Or,
poof.
Or is it a paid one?
Maybe. Yeah, yeah, you're right. That might be a paid option now, and I haven't paid my sub this month. I mean, hell, most of it's free, so I don't always have to pay it. But anyway, these guys go down. Typically what I do is I just pay for it. I upload all the maps for the entire campaign, and then I just don't pay for it the rest of it. It's like, why keep spending the money?
Fair enough.
I think it definitely is another reason for me to check out that above VTT thing that you keep talking about, though.
Oh, yeah.
It does have some advantages. But anyway, these 4 guys get incinerated immediately. Let me see here, if you can bear with me for a second. Lannister always pays his debts. Let's see. Do they have like a line of fire? Actually, I got some cool dynamic lighting here too. I wonder if it's.
Also, I 100% didn't realize those guys' health were all so low. Maxwell just standing there with like smoke coming out of his hands, going, "Oh crap!"
Just killed like 4 people who are most likely innocent.
That's okay.
Just
That's another 4 counts of self-defense to add to the list, and let's keep moving.
I mean, if they're here, they knew what they were signing up for.
yeah.
I mean, that one pulled out a sword and tried to stab me in the back. I'm like, oh, dude, there are rules to a bar fight. You get the chairs, you get the bottles, you maybe get the forks, and you get your hands. As soon as you start pulling out swords.
Yeah. Well, the one dude never pulled a sword. The first dude incinerated, he's been punching people. He was the only one that respected the bar fight.
Look,
So a line of flame emits from this tiny little man and goes off down this way, igniting that entire portion of the bar. So all of this is ablaze, and with as old as the ship is, it is quickly catching. So yeah,
Right
yeah,
next to
you
the
gotta
exit.
see that amount of fire, and things begin to go up in flames. Yeah, actually, here, we'll just go and do it this way. Things start to spread a little bit. Let me move it to that side.
Temper, you need to get off the ship.
There we go. So
do I
all of
have
that
the
is
time to
ablaze.
scream? Do I have the time to scream, "This is for the pigeons"?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, who else would it be for? You know? Let's
Are you still
see.
playing that angle?
Oh, yes. You think we're dropping the act now that we've set the ship on fire? No, sir. The party's
So-
only getting
wait.
started.
And then
So far, for the most
doing
part,
Robopop anything?
Yeah, also Robo.
Oh, yeah. Robopup. It's going to go after the lone survivor.
I was about to say, so this guy's still alive, right?
Yeah, he's still alive up there.
Yeah, the guy he
Oh,
was
that
chewing
guy,
on
never
is
mind.
still technically alive. Barely,
Okay, well,
but, you know.
it's time to commit unalive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 19's enough to hit. And 8 points of damage is enough to finish him off. So where he originally started off chewing on legs and hips and whatever he could, arms, fingers, whatever he could get a hold of, eventually he sees his moment of opportunity and strikes for the throat and just rips this guy's, jugular out, essentially. And you see a big spray of blood along the wall, and he goes down with, arf, over top of it, just a little robotic dog bark.
All right.
Yes, yeah, he is dead also. So.
Robopup. I can't get him to not be clipping into the wall.
Yeah,
But he's going to be running along the outside edge, heading for the last man standing.
Just for
thank
records,
you.
if
Wouldn't let
you
me-
ever have that issue, also same thing. If you hold down the Alt key, it will allow you to put it wherever the hell you want it.
Okay.
Yep.
And that is the end of me turn.
Tips and tricks I've learned from all the years using Roll20, guys. Feel free to ask. Let's see. After that guy, so that was after Maxwell. After Maxwell is Amric. Amric, of course, has been running up behind Alejandro, so he is also going to hit the stairwell. Siriel, you still following in tow?
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm still following.
I am gonna just grab all 3 of you guys here.
I'm just in it for the long haul at this point.
We're gonna put you all up here then, and I will get to you guys once we resolve everything that's happening below. But yeah, as far as that goes, Amric is just following along in tow with you. Actually, he would, since he has an action, he has one last move that he can pull. Right as soon as he gets to the stairs, anyone that was down on that end, but none of you are, would get to see that he turns around, grabs a small vial from his jacket, and smashes it on the ground. And creates a smoke bomb. Hurl the smoke bomb up to 20 feet away. The bomb explodes on impact, creating a cloud of black smoke that fills a 10-foot radius sphere. So let's.
How does that interact with all the fire?
Well, there was already a decent amount of smoke being made,
Yeah.
but it
would
is
it snuff
just
out some of the fire? Since
not
it's
really.
getting rid of the
It's-
oxygen?
I mean, pity.
Well, I don't think a
It's
smoke bomb is like an
magical fire.
explosion.
It's 10.
Oh, I mean,
15.
the spell, the fire itself isn't magical. It was just a spell that created the
So-
fire.
This
Yeah,
entire.
but like a smoke cloud.
Good.
Sorry. No,
Oh,
I was
no,
gonna
you're
say
fine.
smoke cloud's more like just compressed powder that just goes boom. Like if Batman throws one down, I don't think it will consume oxygen.
As far as
Kinda
this
like
goes,
it
we're
would
going to
blow on a
say that
small
it
fire,
doesn't,
make it bigger.
just because it's more advantageous to me that it does not. But yeah, let me go ahead and do this too. Make this a little darker. There we go. Yeah, this entire area is now filled with smoke and is now like heavily obscured. This is actually not reaching to the fullest extent. There we go. Right there. So everywhere that you can see the smoke. See if I can make it. There, that's a little easier to see. So everywhere that you see smoke is heavily obscured and very hard to see while in that area.
Now, is that our only way out?
That is seemingly your only way out. Yeah, that's why I like
Unless
to.
if a
uh,
certain clown has some smoke powder we can blow up the side of the ship with.
I mean, it's definitely a thing.
Why
sure,
would we do
blow
that
up the
when-
ship. Why don't you just
It's already
sink
on
in the
fire.
meantime while there's a lady who locks herself up in her room and has no clue her ship is on fire?
Speaking
But like
of
right over
which,
here, there's a whole bunch of kegs of flammable liquid. We could just use those to blow a hole in the side of the ship.
yeah, why waste
I
smoke
don't-
powder,
I
right?
don't know if the strings are that strong.
So either
Did you
way,
see
speaking
Sario?
of the situation, Numo, you are starting to regain feeling of your legs and hands and arms. The right side of your face still isn't working. The left side mostly is, but yeah, you're able to kind of like half paralytically drag yourself back up and regain composure. What would you like to do with your turn?
Okay. Is this guy right next to me? Like, what's his deal? Are
He
there-
is
seems to
one of
stab you.
the guy. He actually made a yeah. He stabbed at Maxwell. So let's see. Actually, this guy tried to stab Maxwell. He seems to be a pirate, or a sailor of some sort. He's wearing very piratey type clothes and brandishing a scimitar. This individual is one of the 2 guards that was with Amric Van Thamper. And he has already approached you. That's the guy that did the 5 points of damage to you, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, maybe he tried, but yeah.
He tried.
Either way,
The
yeah, this
dagger
guy has
from-
tried to attack you.
Okay. I'm going to use this opportunity. I would say, as Maxwell reached into my pants pocket to pull out the scroll.
Thank you for adding pocket. Thank you.
I noticed.
Appreciate the clarification there.
That probably would have like caused my pants to fall down a little bit, and that would have been the moment where I realized, oh, my legs kind of work a bit.
Right.
So trying to like fumble pulling my pants back up, I would have dropped like my bag of ball bearings, and seeing this fall out, I would scatter those across the floor
Jeez.
Like I would just like undo the pouch and scatter them like across the floor, maybe kind of lob them like right here to
Right in
Okay.
front
block
of the
that
stair,
stairway.
right in front of the exit, our only exit.
Yeah, yeah, so that way they can't escape.
Neither can we then.
I mean, that's entirely up to you. As I will say that as part of your
Do it.
paralysis did start to wear off, you saw that at least Amric, Alejandro, and Serial have all made it upstairs. So you know what I mean. It is for the most part you, Max, Van Roll, and like 2 other guys. But yeah, totally up to you. If you want to do it, you've got the decks to go over it. It's not your problem. You know what I mean.
I double dog dare you.
I'm gonna do it. So yeah, right
Okay.
by the stairway. Try to
Let's see.
get
So
that as well as this area around, so like they can't get like they would at least have to run
How's
over
that?
the dog.
How's that
At
look?
least it's not caltrops.
Yeah, that's great. They're just ball bearings, so they might fall over and have a harder time escaping.
Yeah, it's like a 15-foot circle, 15 by 20. Yeah, that's about right. I think it's 20 by 20, something like that when you scatter them out. But yeah, all right. So that area has now become difficult terrain. Not only is it heavily obscured, so that's the best part is just throwing it out there to players is because of the heavy obscurement, you don't even see the ball bearings. You know what I mean?
Well, blindsight.
Yeah, we'll say. Well, yeah, you have blind sight, so you would be able to see them. But yeah, anyone else that tried to go through there wouldn't even be able to see them on the floor. They would just see the wall of flames, the big poof of smoke, etc., coming in that direction. All right, awesome. Anything else that you want to do on your turn?
With that, I'm
You've
going
been so
to
helpful already.
Yes. Feeling that is I think I'll take an opportunity attack here. I'm gonna move around the bar counter if I can
Okay.
and get to these drinks here. See what I can find rummaging through the casks. If I can find anything that looks like it would be extremely flammable.
Gotcha. So as far as the casks themselves, unfortunately, they are not quite flammable. What you would see is a sign on the side of them, and I can't remember the woman's name, but the woman that we spoke about earlier, that handles all the wine and alcohol in town.
Yep.
The local distributor. You would see that family name written on the side of it. So those are specifically casks
Cross.
of wine, but underneath of the bar you do see several bottles of liquor. Each of them have kind of like that their caps already off and one of those little stems that have been placed down inside of them to make it easier to pour drinks, etc. So there are several bottles of liquor underneath of the bar that are definitely flammable.
Okay. I think I'd be out of actions to really throw one of those, but
Okay.
I at least
Yeah.
like rummage and pick one up.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say, as part of your like bardic thing, or sorry, not bardic, but roguish thing, you can easily just grab one. You know what I mean? Not a problem at all. No
All right.
problem at all.
And I
So
think
you
that's
grab
where
one of
I'd leave
those.
the turn.
Okay, cool. Let's see who's up next.
Ariel.
Serial. Yeah, you're following up the stairs with
Yep. I'm
Amric,
just following
correct?
him. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
In that case, let me hold off on you guys that have already made it upstairs, and I will get back to you momentarily.
No rush.
The other guy's dead.
Bandit's dead. Van Roll.
All right. I'm looking at everything that just happened in front of me with a very, very deep sigh.
Everything is going according to plan.
I'm just going to charge this
absolutely
one
going well.
first, and I'm just going to attempt to take a hit at him.
Okay. The guard with his back turned to you. Yeah,
Yep.
go for it.
16.
16 is enough to hit him. Yeah,
All right.
I believe this
So-
one has been most part unscathed.
Let's see. So let's see. That'd be 9 slashing damage. I'm gonna extend a singular spell slot to do smite
Okay,
on this
Had a-
guy.
add a little
Could be
divine
9
smitage on top of that.
9 extra
18.
points and +2 since I still have my celestial revelation on with my wings. That adds +2 radiant damage to one target when you deal damage with an attacker spell. Yep. So it'd be a total of 20.
Yeah, and he takes the 20 points of damage, and he is still standing, but he's definitely not looking good after having taken that amount. These guys are tougher than most, presumably the reason why Amric had hired them. But yeah, as you come up behind him, he does not see it coming, and you were able to cut into this guy really
And
easily.
how far
A
was I?
flash of bright white radiant light emits as you do so.
So that'd be from
Uh,
here. That'd be 5, and then can I get to the other side? I can get to the side with 10 movement still, right? Because I got 20 to move here.
Yeah, you still got 10 left.
Yeah, so I go here, then here.
Gotcha. Done and done. Let's see.
All right, that's all I can do.
Case. Got a bunch of people that aren't there anymore. This guy is. You know what? Seeing Maxwell turn around and essentially just catch the entire after this roaring flame erupts from this tiny little halfling, he's like, on second thought, never mind. Turns around and he's going to make an attack at Venril instead.
Hey,
Come here, butterfly. As a 13 versus your
Yeah, nowhere
AC, so
close.
still not enough to hit. Let's see, he doesn't get any multi-attack or anything, right?
is it?
The
You saw
last,
the little gnome shoot fire, and you thought to attack the big guy with full plate armor.
I mean, at this point, it's anything's better than what the hell just happened behind him.
Why not
He just watched him
leave?
kill like 5 people. Yeah, he probably ought to just go home. That would be his best move, if we're being honest about it.
General looks over to him and was like, "Just leave. This is not going to help you."
Go home and be thankful that you can do so. Let's see. So,
Leave how?
Yeah, I know we set the exit on fire. Where is he gonna go?
so yeah, you would see this drow turn to his friend, and he yells, "Belden! No, brother!" And then immediately is going to try and kill the Duragar, who just killed his brother. Let's see, what's he got, man? He just doesn't have enough. Yeah, actually he does. He can pull a crossbow, so he's gonna pull out a crossbow and take a shot with it.
Is the Duragar inside the heavily obscured area?
He is, so he's gonna make this with disadvantage. So how does that work anyway? Is it
Oh,
just
wait.
I think
Wait,
it's
hang
just
on, but-
disadvantage, right?
Which elf casts the fairy fire?
Okay, so yeah, the
Well,
fairy
it's already
fire
dead.
would be gone. This one was the one that cast the
Okay.
fairy fire, so it would have dissipated. Can't click. There's too many things there. I can't click. Let's see, 2 back. There we go. So yeah, like that would be gone. 2 back. So let's just get rid of these guys because they are literally no more. But yeah, he does take a disadvantage shot against the Duragar, who he, roughly knows where he was at, but takes a shot with disadvantage. Still a 15, which is enough to hit the Duragar, actually. And does, let's see, 3 points of piercing damage, and he needs to make a Constitution saving throw or be poisoned for 1 hour. Uh, 12 points, not enough. It's not high enough. So you guys wouldn't even know what's going on, but that's what
Yep.
happens in the background. You know what I mean?
Sure,
You
it's
hear it. You definitely hear the thwoop of a crossbow being fired, but never see an arrow. Alejandro, you're still up, so you're already upstairs. I'll get to you guys in a moment. This way we can get everybody else out, and I have something separate for the later half of this. Let's see, bandit thug that you just attacked. Let's see, Van Roll is going to make an attack at you. He's going to make 2 attacks with a mace.
All right.
Jesus, man, you're so hard to hit. Why can't I ever get those 20s on the first one? So yeah, 11 and 16, but you're able to fully block this with your shield, no questions asked. The Duragar, having just taken 3 points of damage.
The imps went to work on me. I deserve this. I
deserve this. Yeah, the imps did really well against. That's true. The invisibility helps, right? So yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen next too. Is you guys don't know it, but this guy goes invisible. It's not really a good invisibility.
Man, be hard. The ninja.
I mean, he's inside a cloud of thick smoke, so I feel like him going invisible could just be him crouching down a little bit and going, "You
Right.
can't see me. I can't see them."
Yeah, but he goes invisible. While he has the opportunity, I guess he might as well go ahead and make an attack roll against that drow. He's going to do so with a javelin, though. So he doesn't have to get close. That's going to give him... Man, that's a weird one. So he's going to get, I think he gets a flat roll on that.
Yeah, because he has advantage because he's attacking from heavy obscurement, but he can't see what he's aiming at, so it's disadvantage. So it's just a normal one.
Right? Yeah, exactly. He's got advantage and disadvantage too. So yep. You guys hear also the sound of what sounds like a pole being stuck into the side of the ship. Yeah. And that is his action. Just do this. Just gonna move him to the GM layer. All right. Maxwell, you're up next.
All right. I need a
Dude,
DM rolling on something.
Okay.
And so Tasha's Caustic Brew. I spray acid in a line. The spell calls out that creatures are hit by it. Can I use this to instead try to use acid to eat into part of the ship?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if you...
So I'm going to...
Excuse me. If you would rather use it on an object instead of a person, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I'm going to move over here. I'm going to pick the wall directly opposite me. Oh, now ping works. And is a time to make the spew.
Of course, it immediately fails. So 4 acid damage, and you said you were targeting this wall over here, right?
Yep, I'm basically just trying to spray the wall to try to corrode through as much as possible.
And it
And
works.
weaken it.
You hear the acid hiss as it splashes against the wood. You actually see a little smoke or steam rising off of the boards, and it slowly starts to begin eating its way through. You feel like you only have a limited amount of time before that makes its way through, and you're not sure if you're below water level.
Well, I mean, that will help with the fire.
You might assume.
Yeah. All right.
What about RoboPup?
RoboPup is going to go assist with this feller, and we're going to attempt to turn him into a eunuch.
Gotcha. All right. Cool. Anything else? Any movement or anything? Oh, yeah, that's
Nope.
right. Sorry. You get to roll for the Steel Defender. Yeah, that works. That's a hit. If you want to go ahead and roll damage. I don't know why I wasn't thinking about that.
Oof.
3 points
Unfortunately,
damage.
he's already a eunuch. Dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun.
yeah. He goes to grab, and you realize that Amric might be that type of person that is paranoid enough to not want to share. You know, so he's not got a lot to grab a hold of, but he definitely does a lot of thigh damage. We'll put it that way. Let's see here. All right, so that's Maxwell and Robopup. Amric is upstairs. We are back to Numo.
Okay.
So you found several bottles and several casks of wine.
um. I wasn't expecting us to all like be here. I'm gonna.
Well, it's the only way that's not on fire.
Yeah, I mean, we could have left through any of the doors. Okay.
There's no doors.
I'll stab the guy that's right in front of me.
And no, don't
Wait.
worry. I'm doing something about the fire. It's not going to be our chief problem in a moment or two.
Oh wait, you mean those stairs over there don't
They're
actually
the only.
go up?
Those
They
are
go
the
down?
no. Those ones
go
go
down.
down. The way you threw ball bearings, that's the only way up. That's our only exit.
We either got to run through flames or we got to run over ball bearings. Or I'm making a new hole in the ship.
Might be a little difficult.
Anyway, he's taking a stab at the guy right next to him.
Okay, so you're just gonna stab the guy in front of you instead. Okay. You did acquire those bottles though, by the way, just for future sake. Natural
Ouch.
20 with a short sword. If you want to tell me how this guy dies, I am more than happy with that because he does not have enough HP left to sustain that attack.
You don't want damage? Okay.
I mean, by all means, roll it. You know what I mean? But it's not even necessary. I'm curious to know what it is. Yeah, I'm curious to know what the damage is. But yeah, even if you rolled the bare minimum, he couldn't handle it. He's got like 5 HP left.
Okay.
Nice. That's
I'm
not
gonna
bad, 12.
grab the.
Oh, there would
Yeah,
have
there'd
doubled
be
though.
like sneak attack damage too, or whatever.
Well,
like
yeah,
I think
it
you
essentially
prefer it.
just would have been, 12. So your sneak attack's what, 1d6 or 2d6? So that would have been, yeah. So it's actually so 6 plus 3, 9, plus 12. That's 21, plus 12, 33 points of damage. Yeah, that's a big attack.
Okay. I was just gonna like kind of reach over the bar cabinets, pull him on it, and I was gonna like just pin his hand to the counter and leave him trapped. But I guess at this point, I would have like got more shoulder and just pinned his shoulder to the
Yeah.
counter with the
As you
sword.
went to kind of pin his hand to the counter, he lunges at you, and right where his hand was, his head is now there instead, and you pin it to the counter.
That's a hell of a
Okay.
hang-up headache.
I was gonna leave the sword, but I think since he looks clearly dead, I'm gonna
Absolutely
take that
dead.
back out. And let's see, how do we get out of here now?
Well, depending on the answer that I get on mine, we might have a way.
I mean, you guys know where the exit
There
is. It's
is.
just hard to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can smell the smoke. You can see the smoke bomb that's been let off, and you at least are aware that those marbles went there. So yeah, it's just a little bit more difficult, but
Okay. I think we'll move here as close as I can to see if I can make a lunge to get out one way or the other.
yeah, like I said, if you want to try and walk through it, you're more than able to try and walk through it. You're just gonna have to make a dexterity save to not slip and fall, also to find where you're going. You know what I mean? So it's gonna just require a couple of saving throws to make your way through that area, between the smoke and the whatever you call it, smoke and ball bearings. It's just gotten a little bit hard to see.
Okay. I'm gonna chance it. I'm gonna try.
Okay. First off, I need you to make a either wisdom perception or intelligence investigation check to remember where that stairwell is, since it is heavily obscured.
Okay. Let's see.
You remember your way through well enough. You can feel chairs, you can kind of fumble your way through. You know where that stairwell is. You can see part of the backside of it, of course, before you entered the smoke. So you know where its location is. And that's not a problem. But you've dropped a bunch of ball bearings, so you also need to make a dexterity saving throw as well to see if you slip and fall in your own ball bearings. This one's a little bit easier. Without problem. No issues at all. You can make it as far as your distance allows you. Not sure exactly how much. Yeah. You can get to about there.
I'd
Actually, you can probably get to like, let's see, if you went to there, you can get to like right here. So you can get one more square.
Yeah, and I was like right where that space was, so like my first party movement would probably be like right
fair
on the
enough.
dog.
Gotcha. Yeah, either way,
So I
you're
think I
able to.
measured like up to here.
You are you're
Basically.
easily able to get to there.
I would shout back, "Watch your step, guys!"
Watch your step. Nice. All right. Serial's upstairs. Bandit.
So,
Vanroll.
I have
What
a
about
question.
yourself? Yes, sir.
Am I able to swim in plate armor?
That's a good
So,
question.
it is extremely difficult. The way I would typically count that is I would give you the opportunity to do it, but it's going to be at disadvantage and, difficulty being very, very high because of it.
Because I have my wings. I was wondering if I could try to fly out over that part, but it's underwater.
So when you said fly out, you mean like out through where?
If I went out through the wall, that if I was able to break through it, but
Oh, okay.
But do you think with my blind sight, I'd be able to make my way to the staircase and sort of use my wings to hop over the sort of the marbled area?
Yeah, so in all fairness, even though you have these kind of angelic wings, this is where D&D rules get a little fiddly. You're able to fly a foot off the ground. You know what I mean? So you can avoid the marbles, and with your blind sight, this actually wouldn't be an issue for you. So yeah, you can easily get there and not actually even have to make a roll. So yeah, it's just where the rules kind of come in. So yeah, if you and Numo want to both get to the stairs, I am totally fine with that.
Yeah, I should be able to get right over to him, like right here. I think would be mine total.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You guys make it to the stairs. Maxwell and the Pooch are the only ones left. Just since you guys are the only ones left, Thug is dead. Duragar has seemingly vanished. Yeah, Maxwell.
One guy. That one guy could get an opportunity if he wanted to. That was next to that tried to punch hit me.
That's a fair point. Where is that guy?
He's right. He was right next to where I was at. Right next to
I was meaning in my list.
Okay.
I've got a list of like 30 combatants here. So yeah, he'll take a cheap shot at you. Why not? It's only a 19 though. It's not enough to hit.
Yeah.
Only
a 19.
Yep. And that actually okay. So yeah, it's Maxwell's turn, and you know that guy's already taken his opportunity attack. So
a ball bearing would be an object, right?
correct.
Why are you freaking out? I haven't even done anything yet.
There's about 100 of them there.
All right. So I am going to cast Fairy Fire centered right here.
Okay.
It's outlined. Each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet light. I'm seeing blue.
Nice. And I
So
would
now
say,
that I can see every single ball bearing, can I pick my way through them without having to do a dex save?
I think so. So the way I'll say it is that you still have. So at this point, instead of it being heavily obscured, it would become light obscurement, which is not enough for you to even have to roll to get through. But yeah, you can just get to the stairs if you want to do so.
All right. I'm going to book it, and as I head that way, I'm going to yell at my dog.
Uh-huh.
He's going to go up to the patch of the wall that was weakened, take one bite out of it as best he can, and then immediately sprint to follow me.
Okay. So as he takes a chomp out of the wall, does he have any resistance to acids or anything like that himself? Just out of curiosity.
He does not. So is he taking the acid damage from the...
How long does it last for an extended period of time? Like, I was more or less just
Yeah.
thinking cosmetic, but if it lasts, then yeah, he probably would also take it as well.
Oh, yeah. It actually lasts indefinitely until a creature succeeds on a saving throw to scrape it off. And I don't know
Nice.
if a wall can scrape its own self off.
Yeah. So I tell you what, actually, I think in this situation he's just more or less like attacking the wall or charging it, biting at it.
Yeah.
He could probably try and find a spot that has less acid. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Let's see. He doesn't have like an intelligence. Does he have his own stats? I haven't looked at this thing in a while.
What does he need to roll?
Give me an intelligence check. see if he's clever enough to navigate his way around this issue. If he can roll above a 10, he won't have any issues with it. Otherwise, he'll get affected by it.
I don't know how to break this to you, Chief. He's got an intelligence of 4.
Nice.
That
is a -2. So yeah, good. Yeah, you can go ahead and apply your damage as far as that goes. He does take a little damage.
He is not.
All right, so he
Wait, so how
takes
much damage does he take?
whatever the acid would be, as far as that goes.
Okay.
You know.
4. I think it was 4.
Well, that was the roll earlier.
Oh yeah, I don't know if. Oh yeah, it goes again.
Yeah, he takes 5 acid damage.
So he takes another 5 points of damage, but as he does, you guys hear almost a crack of wood, and then you see a rush of water making its way into the floor as he rounds the corner, kind of splashing his way through it and makes his way up to the stairs with all of the rest of you guys. So let's see.
I'm putting the fire out.
See if I can get to all of you up there. So as you guys reach the top of the stairs, I'm going to go ahead and give Alejandro, Amric, and Sariel kind of one extra round here, since you guys got up there pretty quickly, or kind of like a freebie on this one. You find that it is pure chaos up here as well. So, part of the flames that have started downstairs have now began eating through the floor up here. Let's see, Control B, C and B. So, some of this area, not quite as bad. Let's go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. Has also started to catch fire.
Oh, nice.
This
Burn, baby, burn.
This lady is now on fire. We'll just, go ahead and say she's dead. Random lady number 4 is dead. This entire room is completely filled with smoke. And you hear the sounds of people not only frantically trying to fight with each other, but trying to fight to get the hell out of here. And you see as Lerelra steps out of the bedroom, essentially making her way in. Like, you'd barely see her through the smoke and fog as she kind of makes her way out and says, "What the hell have you done to my bar?" as she screams out. What I'm going to do is we're going to turn this into a small bit of a skill challenge, though. You guys need to navigate your way through a chaotic fight scene that's taking place. That's, so there's fights happening, there's smoke, there's a little bit of fire behind you. I'm just going to give you guys each one chance to make a skill check to see how well you guys can get out of here, or if you end up suffering any injuries or incident along the way. So let's just start with Alejandro. If you want to tell me what it is that you do to try and navigate your way through this mess. And feel free to just make up whatever you want, man. We'll devise a role that fits for it. You don't have to have it like... It doesn't have to be like an ability or anything.
In a very commanding voice, say, "Clear the way. I am getting Van Thamper out to safety."
Okay. Let's see. This would be more or less a persuasion roll then, I would assume. It's just persuading others to clear a path for you and allow you to get through. So if you want to give me a persuasion roll. 15? For the most part,
15.
people seem to be trying to step out of the way, but as you kind of like drag him through behind you, you're constantly like ducking fists, sidestepping as people are throwing smashing chairs over somebody else's head. But yeah, you're able to get to the stairwell, and we'll just drag Van Thamper along with you, which in tow leaves Seriel, who came up behind you. Seriel, is there anything that you're doing to help this situation? So you see that Amric is kind of having some we'll put him in the middle for a second. He's having, he seems scared and frantic as he's trying to navigate. So how do you help shove him to keep him moving out and out, up and out of this bar?
Well, and there's people fighting around us and shit, right?
Correct, yeah.
And there's fire and smoke.
Yeah, the fire seems to mostly be behind you, not in front of you, but the smoke is making it hard to breathe. It's making it very hard to see, you know what I mean? And he's getting a little antsy, so it's just a matter of trying to keep the train moving as you guys are making your way out of the bar. Like I said, it doesn't even have to be anything on your character sheet. Just whatever you want to do, let me know, and we'll devise a role for it. I mean, you could just you could just commence to beating the shit out of people as you go past. You could throw him over your shoulder and run with him. Whatever you'd like.
I would definitely start moving towards where I heard Alejandro while holding Van Tamper's arms, fucking just yoinking him after me.
More or less trying to drag him through while you do so. Okay, this is going to be a raw athletics check then for you, or just like strength athletics to try and keep shoving him and not allowing anything to intercede in your way.
Oh, well.
Natural 20. You are literally just shoving him as fast and as hard as you can. He's almost like, oh God, surprised by the strength at which you are pushing him through this mess. Several other people get in the way, and it's just like a football quarterback busting through the line. You know what I mean? As people scatter, you hear that bowling pin sound as you make your way through. But yeah, you and Amric are also able to make it past. You do hear the screams of Lorelra. Wait! What have you done to my bar? As you pass past her. But yeah, next up, who else do we got? So we got 3 of you guys. We got Vanril, Numo, and Maxwell. So Vanril, you were the next up, I believe. Yeah. Vanril,
yeah.
What do you got some chaos going on here?
So,
is there any last moment attempts that you try to make?
Those portholes to the right side, right? How big are those?
Those are 1 foot in diameter and look to be about 2 foot thick, deep, from one side to the other.
They just
both
look
ends.
a lot bigger on. Yeah, they just look a lot bigger on this. We'll make sure. Let's see. I think I would just try to use, was it since it's getting really hard to see up here, I try to use blind sight to sort of navigate my way through and just sort of go like, either try to sidestep out of things or just walk straight through. Actually, more just way, just walk straight through, and full plate armor.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. In that case, if you want to go ahead and give me either let's call this either dex save, or you can do a strength save, whichever you prefer, to try and just make your way through as others are trying to attack you, slam chairs at your head, throw things at you, all that good stuff. All right, so a 10. With a 10, you're able to find your way. You can see clearly enough, but it's the people that are obstacles in your way. And about halfway through across the floor, you do manage to catch a chair across the back, as one person is literally like throwing chairs and tables at this point. So you do take 5 points of damage, but you're able to make your way across the floor as well. And you guys are kind of starting to stack up here. Let me move you guys a little bit. Yeah, there you go. You're also able to get past. Lorelra is still screaming, trying to almost like football stop you as well. Like she's standing there like, wait, somebody's paying for all this. As you go past.
We'll do what we can, but I can't help back there at the moment. Unless we have water. Well, actually, wait, there is water. Don't look downstairs.
Don't look downstairs.
Just tilted.
Yep. So, Numo, you're up next, man. Like I said, people throwing things. You actually see that, one person goes running past you on fire, like their hair is completely engulfed in flames. You see them run over and stick their head in the spit bucket to try and put themselves out as this is all going on. But yeah, it's getting to be pretty chaotic. Flames are starting to... Holy shit. Thank you, sir. I just got hit with a pack of it. I knew it was coming at some point. Hey, it happened. Appreciate it, man. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be taking a break. But yeah, so that's what you would hear is chaos and seeing all this unfold in front of you. What would you like to do to try and navigate your way through here, if anything special?
Is it possible to go last?
You absolutely can. Yeah. If you want to go ahead and let Maxwell scoot past you, by all means.
Yeah. I'll
all right. So in that case, Max, you see all the same stuff happening. Well, you can barely see it through the choking and the smoke and all the chaos. How do you make your way through this chaotic mess?
I'm going to hop on top of RoboPup and charge towards the exit in close pursuit of, the exit. And as I go past the poor barkeep, I yell out, "The drow started it!"
The drow started it. In that case, she seems like the biggest, impediment for you. Then, if you want to also give me this would be a shit. What am I thinking of? It's not persuasion.
Deception.
Yeah, deception check. Thank you.
In advance, I'm using one of my advantage tokens.
Okay, in advance.
It's a
fair enough.
It's a shift. It's a shift. Yes.
Ooh. Oh. So when you get to her, she actually just, like I said, much like, a linebacker, has just planted her hands on the front of the dog and is wrestling with you, trying to stop you from coming through. You can eventually probably break past her, but not before some of the chaos and carnage starts to get to you. Give me a, you know what, actually, we'll just, since you already went ahead and kind of failed that roll, we'll just say you suffer some damage as well, if I can get it to close.
Ouchie.
You are going to take 3 points of inhalation damage. So we'll call it, what would that even be? Poison. Yeah, like poison. It would almost be like poison damage that you suffer, as just like she's holding you back so long that the smoke starts to cough and hack into your lungs as you're making your way out of the bar. But you do eventually get past her. But, her holding you up causes a little bit of damage along the way. And then last but not least, Numo, as you see Maxwell having this, altercation with the woman, finally use Robopup to kind of skirt around her. How do you get out of here?
So, this ground is all wood, right?
Correct.
Gonna make this part a little bit unpleasant. With the bottle of wine that I have, and also mixed with an oil flask, I am going to throw that on the floor and try to make my own makeshift slip and slide.
Nice.
Try to just slide across, face first down this hallway with which is also extremely flammable, by the way.
Right, yeah. So the oil is going to be flammable.
To get out.
The wine might help put it out a little bit, but then you're going to be dealing with potential of like broken glass, or maybe, you know what I mean, things like that, which we've seen the results of broken glass. But yeah, I'd say this is actually going to be right up your alley. Then this is going to be a Dex acrobatics, or Dex acrobatics check to try and keep your balance. You know what I mean, or not run into anything. Aim yourself the right way. To try and make your way through this obstacle course of people. 17.
Assuming there's a ton of splinters too.
It doesn't feel good. You do feel a little bit of heat rush up your back as it does begin to start catching. Even though the wine is holding it back from, just whoosh. It does start to catch a little bit slowly, and you can feel a little bit of that heat on your back as you slide through. But you're actually able to do so, being your height. You're able to go right under Lorelra's legs as she tries to capture you as you make your way through. But everyone does eventually make it past her, and you just hear, "Who's gonna pay for all this?" as you guys make your way up and out of the ship finally, back to the main deck.
Catch.
We will settle our bill on the dock.
And yeah, so sorry, what was that last bit, Numo?
We will settle our bill on the dock.
Fair enough.
I was gonna say, hopefully the oil might catch on the way out too.
Oh yeah.
So people can follow.
Yeah.
Or at least slip on their way out.
So as you guys make your way up and out, and finally do make your way towards the dock, you guys would see. It's not a very good one. Let me see if I can find a better option here. I'm looking for, there we go. Several spots begin catching on the top of the deck. The sails were no longer on the ship, but you do see that a kind of trail of flame starts coming up out from this skylight / port window and making its way up the riggings of the ship. And as you guys make your way to the dock, you turn around and see the last handful of people diving off of the ship into the water, scattering about as best as they possibly can. One person again runs out, their shirt is on fire as they're diving off into the water. You hear screams and shouts. You can see that the attention is all on the ship from above as you guys are kind of making your way out, as there is a large amount of smoke billowing up out of it, as far as that goes. But you guys are able to get out of the ship at very least, but it is now going up and sinking because there's a hole in it.
We need to get him to the pirate ship.
There you go. Okay. Lorelra still making her way out and screaming at you, shaking a fist the whole way as you do so. "I'll get you, I swear!" As the rest of the ship goes up.
I'll throw her a bag of 50 gold.
Throw her a bag of 50 gold in it? take a look here.
I'm pretty sure the boat's worth a lot more than that.
I am actually
We
curious
solved your
about
seagull
that.
problem. She should
He's
be
gonna
fine
have to
now.
count it.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Well, either way, we could deal with that, and that'll be the scene as we actually go to break here real quick. We'll take 15. That would bring us back at 11. Give us another hour and a half to play with here. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take a break there, and that gives me time to look up how much a ship is worth, because I know I have that answer, and I'm kind of curious. I mean, it's a little bit older of a ship, so maybe it might not be too bad, but yeah, either way, as you guys make your way out of here, 10,000 gold. Okay. You do see that there is a crowd drawing, but you have Amric Vanthamper along in tow with you, and he seems to be following you, at least at the moment, unsure of his current company as he starts to realize, hey, weren't you those guys that were... Wait a minute, you know, but you make your way down the dock, running into a crowd of people and easily starting to, you know, lose anyone that was trailing you as you guys make your way into the heart of the city, or, you know, into the rest of the dock ward. But yeah, that's where we'll go ahead and take a break right there. Appreciate you guys. I hope you are happy. You definitely burnt down the bar, you know. Hey, it happened. Promises were made. As far as that goes, Alejandro, destroyer of boats. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 15-minute break, guys. This is a great opportunity for you guys to head over and check out our Ko-Fi shop. That's a great way for you guys to interact with the game. You guys can, you know, get involved and encourage these guys to do more nonsense and shenanigans. Or if you want to help out my guys, which I'm always happy for, you can buy potions, scrolls, advantages, even allies for those as well. These advantages, as you can see, really do go a long way. For $2, you can give a player advantage. They can stack those up, save them for when they need them, you know, and spend them as needed. It's a great way to support the stream and help make the game more fun for all of us and yourselves. So I hope you guys check that out while we're on break. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and all that as well. Subscriptions are always a huge help. If you can afford it, help somebody else out. Not everybody has the $5. Like, I'm broke, man. I know how it is. You know, maybe help somebody else out with a sub or any of those things, or even just, you know, use the sound alerts, bits and tips. There's lots of ways to support. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and take our quick break, and we will be back here at about 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll continue the second half of our session. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Hang tight, and we'll be back here in a few minutes. Hang tight. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for taking a few extra minutes there. It took me a few minutes to wrestle up something to eat real quick. I was a little hungry, but either way, we got it all snacked in now. We're good to go. But let's continue our game. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you guys had a great break. Able to grab yourselves a quick snack, restroom break, all that stuff. I really hope some of you were able to check out the Ko-Fi shop. So that you can help make this game a little more intriguing, so to speak. But let's jump right back into it. So, as you guys flee from the Low Lantern, I will say, along with a crowd of other individuals that were participating in the bar fight, as the railroad screams at the lot of you, not just your group, but the lot of you that are running down the pier back towards, safety. Who's going to pay for the damages? You guys, mingle into the crowd with Amric in tow, still charmed, thanks to Alejandro's charm spell. And you are able to make your way back to your own ship, which we're going to just start using this map, I think, as your own personal ship. Seems to work pretty well. But as you guys return to the deck of your ship and take one last look before descending into its lower caverns, you now see the last half of the Low Lantern as it's, kind of lists up into the air, snaps like the Titanic, and breaks, sinking down into the water, eventually extinguishing what remains of that tavern. But yeah, you can see now that the guard are all running that direction. People are grabbing buckets. A bucket brigade has started, even though you just need the bucket. You're in the water, right? So people are trying their best, but for the most part, you do see the destruction as it settles down into the water, and make your way onto your own ship, as you guys descend into the lower cabins and consider the implications of what may have just happened. But let us continue. So Amric, as you guys enter in, immediately goes to the first comfortable seat that he can find, sits down and starts brushing himself. By the way, Numo, I was going to mention it, that you were on fire. So as you look at the back half of you, there's you got to put out a pant leg as you start running, but we'll skip it. I was going to do the slip and slide where you coated yourself in oil. I was going to have a little fun with it, but that's all right. Somebody throws a bucket of water at you and you don't know why, but you feel better afterwards. It's not hot anymore, But yeah, Amric runs to the most comfortable chair that he can find and kind of sits himself down and, oh Lord, we nearly died down there. Oh, God. Thank you for rescuing me, friend. I'm sorry, I must have suffered some smoke damage. I can't quite remember your name. I know that we're friends, but it skips me at the moment. As he speaks to you, Alejandro.
How can you not remember your friend Alejandro?
Alejandro, that's it. I guess I'm not quite myself at the moment. I do apologize. Thank you again, though, for your hasty rescue. Is this your vessel?
This is our vessel, and we can assure you are safe here for the time being.
Good. Hopefully it does not suffer the same fate as that. Now, did once call that place a second home, but fortunately... And what of you, my love? Are you doing all right? Make sure that you're still doing well. No burns, no injuries. I don't know what happened to this. At some point, some ruffian tried pushing me. I don't know. I want to make sure that I got you to safety, my love.
I just look over myself and be like, looks like I'm fine, thanks. And I try not to go into the whole topic of that somebody pushed him because I don't need him to know it was me.
Right, exactly. So as you guys are settling into this conversation, you all hear something your passives would easily catch the sound of somewhat heavier footfalls stepping onto and then descending down into the boat. So as you see like the door swing open, there's that bright white light that kind of pours in. Your eyes take a second to adjust as you see a silhouetted frame of, you know, what appears to be a sizable woman. Not big, but just like, average size, I guess I would say. Average sized female frame, and it begins descending down in, and as you do, you start to see long black boots that come up to at least mid-thigh, a kind of draped, I forget what they call that, but like the tunic is very long, so that it almost looks like a skirt, you know what I mean, with a heavy belt, and with, again, another black, like, duster overcoat that's kind of lightly over top of it, flailing back, and you see a mascaraed, very heavily darkened makeup, and very, let's just be straight about it, this is the goth version of Rhea Mantlemorn as she makes her way down the stairs and says, well, let's see, she's got the Russian accent, right? Well, looks like you've at least done one thing good.
What
is this him?
In the hell happened to you, Rhea?
Don't question it.
You would then hear the sound. I don't know what you mean. He seems fine to me. As you see her friend step into the cabin with her, as she is also followed shortly in tow by Tarina, I believe her name was, as she also steps down into the cabin with you. Tarina, of course, glamored in her own way, but kind of a similar look, But yeah, you can definitely tell that Rhea has been in several fights. She's got a black eye currently, and not just from the mascara, but she's definitely taken a bit of a darker look and seems a little bit like wild almost at the moment. Her hair, you had always seen her so formally dressed, always in military uniform for the Hell Riders, and at this point, after all that she has lost and suffered, she seems to be going through some changes. But yeah, she steps. Is this the man that I was to believe is Anna Ambrick? I was doing some investigating of my own, and I heard that you were potentially looking for this individual.
This is Van Vamper.
Well, it seems that you have been following the right track. I have also been doing my research as well, and it seems that if we want to find Fabius, the Van Thampers are somehow related.
Rhea, do you mind if we might not want to speak with this in front of our friend here?
Yes. There is a time for this conversation. And that time for this conversation is not now.
I'll just walk over to Van Thamper and just, cling to him and provide distraction while these idiots are discussing what they don't need to discuss in front of this guy's fucking face.
Okay, go ahead and give me a persuasion check, and you can do so with advantage because of the charm that's still currently active.
Persuasion. What's that thing?
Who's giving the persuasion?
So this is actually for Allie's character. Sariel. She was trying to offer a bit of a distraction as well. So let's see, 8 and 9. And
yeah, it's going very well.
I'm sorry, my dear. I as much as I enjoy your attentions, I feel pressing matters are at hand instead. I need to eventually make my way back to my family. See, as I am a rather important person, I can't be seen skulking about. But you see, he's kind of distracted. He's still like half having a conversation with you. It's not working. He seems to be trying to still listen in on everything else. But with the charm taking effect, at least he doesn't seem to take any direct notice just yet.
Rhea,
Did I hear someone say Thabius? You know, you would hear him at least say that.
I
But
think my
Rhea,
wife has heard it. I didn't hear it.
Rhea will just give a look. However you want to do it. When you're done playing
Yeah.
nice, let me know.
actually, can I steal you into the other room for a little bit? Both of you?
Don't see why not. Come. Yeah, she'll follow you to the other room. She has no issue with it.
Yeah, so we sort of just step off in this room while they start doing that. I'm sort of filling her in with what sort of happened since our last sort of encounter.
I heard about the bathhouse. We followed up after you left, and we saw the destruction. It seemed you did very well. From what I've heard, most of the cults of the Dead Three is now no longer an issue. This is good. But this individual here, and she kind of gestures towards the other room, seems to be directly related to where we're going to find our next information of Thabius Krieg. I am starting to develop my suspicions he is not just aware more than he said, but maybe responsible. And this Thalamra Vanthamper, Duke of Baldur's Gate, does not seem much better.
Well, from what we've heard, we spoke to somebody who believes that she was directly responsible for what happened to El Terrell. And also that Thabius was also partially in on it in a sense.
Why are we
Maybe.
not breaking his jaw and making him talk?
Oh, we're about to. He's just charmed currently.
You would actually hear Tarina at that point say, "No, calm down. You know there's more than one way to skin a cat. I also prefer the lighter touch. Let's let them
Of
do what they
course.
need to do, and if they need your assistance, I'm sure that they're more than welcome to have it. You know." And Tarina actually goes over, and you would see that Tarina would more or less sit down on Rhea's lap and says, "Why don't we grab a drink while we wait? Wouldn't that be nice?"
Also, if you're planning to grab a drink, don't go to the little light lantern.
Oh no, we saw the lit lantern. Everyone in
Yeah.
the city has seen the lit lantern, as it's now being
Yeah.
referred. The criers
Oh,
will be
boy.
calling it by morning, I assure you. Well
can't-
done.
I can't let those people near public places. He just sort of like shakes like this, goes like, nothing flammable ever again. No more wooden ships besides our own for them. Actually, this place is probably not safe. Let me go check if it's on
not
fire.
going to come back on us, is it? Not anything that directly connects us or the Hell Riders? It's the last thing we need is more trouble. If you see the eye, I got this from dealing with several guards. They're still looking for Hell Riders, but thanks to Tarina's help and a bit of persuasion, I was able to, for the most part, get them to leave us alone as long as we promise not to cause any more trouble. They've even released the remaining Hell Riders, as far as that goes.
Oh well, hopefully this doesn't go back onto us at all. The bar owner saw us, but didn't see us set the fire. Actually, I should probably go check out there just make sure our boat isn't currently on fire. I don't know what kind of torture methods they're going to try to use on this man.
As you will.
We're just shouting, "Let's burn him!"
Yeah. There you go. But yeah, as you re-enter the room, how are you guys taking care of Mr. Van Thamper?
Well, now
Amric.
we have to set him on fire. Your hands are tied.
Alejandro wants to start a conversation,
Okay.
asking him about his possible enemies. And he's like, I want to imply the thing that this was obviously an attempt on his life. And what could you have possibly done to have resulted in such an attempt on your life?
If that doesn't work, I'm casting Zoro's Truth. Fuck him.
Well, I don't know exactly which one of my family's many enemies it could be. I mean, my mother, and being a duke, soon to seemingly be Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate, she's attracted a great deal of enemies. Merchant guilds that don't like the laws that she's helped pass. Competing companies and interests. We have many. I'm trying to think of which one it might be.
Yeah, but your mother, she owns the bathhouse, does she not?
You do know a lot about our family. But of course, as a friend, you probably would. Yes, I mean, she does. She owns a number of different establishments, businesses throughout the city. What does the bathhouse have to do with this? Oh God, what has my brother done?
We need to know. We need to talk more about your brother, and specifically what has been going on in the bathhouse, because obviously that has come back to reflect upon you.
Oh, go ahead and give me a persuasion check, actually. See how well you can play this off, because you do have the charm. But this is kind of going to be where it gets into his personal stuff, so he may or may not be too keen on this. We'll go ahead and say that actually go ahead and roll with you. You can. I'll just say you can have advantage too. So if you want to go ahead and roll a second time, just see if you do get any higher, because you do have the charm. It is your charm spell. So, and how long does that last? 1 hour, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, I get 2 15s.
15 was what it was destined to be, I guess. All right. So yeah, with a 15, he would say, well, you see that he starts to get nervous as soon as you mention what's been going on there. I don't. Whatever happened there was obviously something to do with my brother. I've heard that he has been dealing with some rather foul individuals. I mean, definitely not associated. He was always the dunce of the family, you see, and he just keeps trying to cover his own tracks.
Tell us more about this. It is obviously something to do with your brother. We need to get more information.
What information is it that you seek? Like I said, he's been rumors has it that he's actually recently joined up with some cultists, some sort of religious fanatics obsessed with death and murder. He's always been. Have you ever seen the scars on his face? Obviously, that's from all the years of torture and pain that he's been trying to bring to people. He's always been a monster. He's lucky to even carry the Van Thampa name.
It is obvious that this information is coming out, and it is obvious that it is leading back to you. I am your friend. I want this not to, I want to make sure that you are not harmed by this, but if you don't tell me everything, I cannot help you, and I cannot help clear your name.
So just out of curiosity, what information are you specifically looking for from him in connection to the bathhouse? Just so I know how to.
I know everything about the bathhouse, that there's cultists and everything in the bathhouse. I want him to confirm that his mom's involved in it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And try to find out more information about it along that end.
Yeah. Let's see. Sorry, just doing a little resizing while I'm at it. I realized you were kind of stuck in halfway in your frame there. There we go. So yeah, as far as that goes, getting to divulge that information with a 15.
And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to appear that I know all the information. I'm just trying to get him, like he's already told me this information.
Right.
So he's not giving me secrets.
Yeah, so something he's already divulged is a friendly kind of situation, as far as that goes. I mean, you know that our family's been connected with many things over the years. Sure, my mother's, floated some capital that way, and any assistance in dealing with the flaming fist morons that have been causing us trouble. You know how they are, but I mean, other than that, I don't really know what my mother's involvement is. She only allows me to know what she has me deal with, to be honest. Me and Thirstwell, of course, as the only two decent children that she had, are left in charge of many of the businesses and things, but I don't know exactly what happened at the bathhouse. That was actually left to Mortlock. It was left to Mortlock to deal with. But yes, she's of course been helping aid that situation a bit, causing some light disturbances, and maybe an occasional person gets in the way and just needs to be removed. But the real intent is to go after the Flaming Fist, if that's what you're inquiring. Do you think the Flaming Fist would have been retaliating?
So you've made enemies with the Flaming Fist. Is that correct?
I assure you, we've made more than enemies with the Flaming Fist. Whether they know it or not is the real question. I didn't know that they were aware, but that is a good idea. They would have found out that we were trying to supplant Surge, and you do see him like kind of give away a little bit about trying to supplant the original Grand Duke. If they were to know that Mother was trying to become Grand Duke, they would interfere.
Why do I keep on hearing the name Thaddeus associated with your family?
Thaddeus, it is some dolt my mother's taken interest in. Only he was he was the overseer at El Terrell. Many people know him, but apparently he, to be honest, I don't really know a lot of what Mother does. She tells us to keep our nose out of her affairs, mostly. She, hasn't told me much, but I do know that, of course, she has been working with him, something to do with a relic that she had us uncover. I believe he was to be deciphering it or something to that effect. But yes, he's at the estate in Mother's quarters, so to speak.
I see.
Oh, what of him? Do you think that could he have?
I do not know. All I know is he's involved with El Torel, and now, as all I can see, is it seems that there are connections between your family, your mother's doing, and El Torel, which I had not suspected before. What has your family gotten you into?
This is where he starts to clam up, and as soon as you draw the line between El Terrell and him directly, and he doesn't feel like shit, I no longer have a an avenue to drive, you know what I mean, he starts clamming up, even with the friend spell, like I said again, like Maxwell had said earlier, even being a friend, you may not divulge your deepest secrets, right? So you see him starting to clam up a little bit, but you could definitely tell that there's something there that he's essentially told you, yes, I'm aware my mother has something to do with Thaddeus, but I don't really know what. You do get a little bit of the impression that Mama doesn't tell him everything, you know what I mean? And she might be more of the issue, but as soon as he...
Can I do an insight here? Is does he really not know this information?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
would I be out there by now?
That's a good way to do it. Yeah, you would have been out there for
let me do
everything but maybe the first sentence of the conversation. So anyone else that wants the insights, more than welcome to. 13, 25, 12.
Yeah, I got no clue what's going on.
Critical 20.
Another. What is you naturals?
Right. So it looks like our
It's my
two divine
tea.
characters. So as far as it goes, all of you kind of get the general assumption that makes sense. That maybe Mother hasn't told him everything, right? And as far as his connection to Thabius, he really seems quite unsure what it is they're doing. You know, he just knows that, yes, Mother brought him in. He somehow, you know, avoided the fall of El Chirel and made his way in, but I don't know exactly what it is. He was deciphering some sort of artifact, ritual of some sort. But that seems to be really about all he knows. Even those of you that get like the 20s, you feel like there's probably he's being trained. He's being honest about not knowing more than that, but he is intentionally leaving out like little details where he can that would incriminate him directly. You know what I mean? But he really doesn't seem to know a terrible amount as far as that goes. Just that Mother has something to do with that situation. The cultists, obviously, there's a direct connection to. And, you know, it seems like his job was to focus more on the making the Flaming Fist look like morons, so that when Duke Alder Ravengard disappeared, which he did kind of, you know, make the connection, like, Mom had something to do with that. I just don't know how she did it, as far as that goes. But now that Eldar Ravengard is no longer the Grand Duke, I was supposed to deal with Flaming Fists and keep my P's and Q's quiet until she could find her way into that new place of power. You know, once she's Grand Duke, then she told me she would tell me more then. But I don't know. So yeah, you believe that he's telling the truth. He just might be leaving out little bits that incriminate him. But those of you with the 23 and the 25 would have realized that he said something about an artifact at very least that stands out. That stood out a bit. But
Yeah. So before anything else, I sort of walk over to Alejandro and I sort of just whisper very quietly, like, we need to disarm him before, you know, it wears off.
I said, I think I have done everything that I can with my silver tongue at this point. It may be that I turn the interrogation over to you.
All right. Sort of walk over to this side over here. It's like,
Excuse me, you're awful close. Do I know you? And I appreciate your help and all, but you're quite in my space.
Oh, I'm not. I'm sort of standing. He's pretty far away. I mean, I'm still 5 feet away over here.
Fair enough.
Right? Yeah. Sort of.
Let's say I'm standing closer than he is.
I sort of.
You're fine, my dear. Quiet.
You.
The men are talking. he's that guy.
Boy.
I'm strangling him.
You know, wait. I look over at Serial for a moment, and I sort of like, you know, make a move, like sort of move my wrist, kind of like a together thing, like the manacles, because I know we grabbed some from.
I just put my hand up and be like, and then like, can I touch him?
No, okay. I sort of shake your head like, no, not that. Okay.
I would like.
Let's see.
I would like to tap the paladin's arm and offer him a small hammer.
I sort of whisper over to the gnome, just, do you got the manacles? We need to take the weapons off of them.
I got rope.
We grabbed 4 manacles from the chest in the dragon's plate. I mean, not the dragon, the sewers. Yeah.
I shrug and offer up a whip instead.
You just want me to grab the weapons? I can just.
Yeah,
grab it.
I will. Yeah, I sort of. This time, he's just sitting there. You know, I just sort of walk over to you know, just if you can, I'll distract him if you can grab the weapons.
Okay, you can count on me.
Yeah.
Squeeze my nose and it makes a honk.
I sort of nod, walk over. So was it? I sort of look for my bag. Did anyone actually put the manacles into their own inventory, or because I know we grabbed them?
I think we shoved it all in fucking the bag of fucking never-ending doom.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say I wasn't given any manacles.
Oh yeah, you weren't there at that moment.
At some point, as you guys were
It's
going through the
it was
dungeon of
just
Dead
potions.
3, you guys grabbed a couple of sets of manacles. I do recall that, so I don't know who has them, but You had a couple of sets, so it's not too hard to believe.
Maxwell
I'll
very
just-
startledly pulls out manacles from his bag of holding. Is like, wow, when did these get here? And I just hand them over.
I start describing. I just put them onto my side, like just like sort of.
You actually
bring 'em over.
would hear, you'll see like a female arm stick into the door from the other room. Did you need these? And you see that there's a fuzzy set of manacles being dangled.
Well.
Also, I
we-
believe
Not
he can
yet.
hear you. Also, I can hear you from the other room, so I believe he can hear you as well. And as you turn around and look at him, he definitely is reaching for something. And staring like directly at you.
This is
I
why I was
made-
trying to
I'll just
whisper
wrap
to all
my
of you
arms
guys.
around him.
I
Just
made
like
perception checks.
give another attempt to fucking whatever it is that I do.
21.
But here's my
Oh,
perception check
oh,
first.
No, I
First.
was saying I made perception checks. This was for Amber.
Okay.
Amric may have overheard some things. Yeah,
Gotcha.
no. I
I'm
had
just trying
made
to wrap my arms
perception.
around him because I haven't said shit at this time to anybody yet.
Correct. He actually would lean over and whisper to you, Sariel, my dear. I know that Alejandro's our friend, but I don't trust the rest of these individuals. We may have to make another run for it. Ready yourself.
I just give him a nod. Like, just a nod. I don't
Yep.
know what to do. I'll
And
just nod.
you do see that he begins reaching around his back for the dagger that you saw him using earlier.
Would he have grabbed it at this point, like where he's reaching?
He's got probably got his hand to it, but that's about it.
All right. I look at him and I would this if I use command would that be at a disadvantage for him since he's still charmed or?
They
the
can
room?
kind of overlap. I mean,
okay.
eventually you
Yeah, I
guys
was- I
might
was-
like fry his brain with all the mental
Yeah.
spells, but oh
Okay.
goodness.
I was gonna use command to tell him just to grovel, just like get on the floor.
Okay, DC 12 Wisdom save. So as far as saving throws, he doesn't have any specialties. 21. When you say grovel, you see him kind of shake his head for a moment, and then he lunges. He's actually going to come at you, and Sariel, he's got you by one hand, trying to drag you with him. But he
Nice.
goes and makes a break for it at this point. Alejandro, run!
And I trip him.
You go to trip him? Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I'm about to fall on my face. This is gonna be great.
I mean, you're not.
Yeah.
You haven't been
Come
pulled
a
yet.
dex save. So dex save, as far as that goes, give me an attack roll using either strength or dex. So you can actually use your acrobatics or athletics here, Alejandro, to see how well
Okay.
you trip him.
I'll use my acrobatics.
It's about being in the right place, the right time.
14.
Yeah, he does. He as soon as he goes to stand, you throw a leg out, he trips, and goes and hits the ground directly in front of you, Vanril.
Okay, can I move down to try to grapple and put the manacles onto him?
Absolutely. That would be strength
Isn't he holding
athletics.
my arm
At
still
first-
though?
Well,
Well, yeah, it's looking-
when he went down, he let go. He wasn't gonna like drag
Yeah.
you to the ground with him. And honestly, as nice as he might seem to care, the way it seems is like, no, I was taking this one with me. She's my property. But you're just property, so he doesn't care if he leaves with you. It would just have been nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
So what am
yeah,
I-
yeah. So this is gonna be strength athletics versus his athletics or acrobatics, which he's better at.
19.
Oh, what the
Can I
hell
help
happened
with the
there?
restraining?
It searched acrobatics when I clicked it. Yeah. If you
only
want,
someone-
if you want to assist, Vanril roll with advantage.
All right. Natural 20.
All right. Well, that beats his 22. He is
Cool.
rather slick as far as that goes. He's very agile, very spry young fellow, you see. But yeah, you guys are able to subdue him long enough to manacle him. Unhand me! Let's go! Do you know who I am? My mother
Another
will
one of
kill
those
you
screams.
all!
Put another. As I'm holding down, I look back at Maxwell. So put another one on his legs.
I go to slap manacles on his feet.
Yeah, at this point, you guys, he was already at a disadvantage, seriously outnumbered. And you hear Rhea from the other room go, "I told you so." As you guys manacle and subdue this individual. At this point, Rhea and Tarina would both re-enter the room, and Rhea would say, "So now that he is a suitcase, I guess, do we also stow him in the cupboard until
Actually,
we unravel what's next?"
But
Actually,
also
was-
stow him in the cupboards. What else is in there?
well,
Or
was
other
it,
kidnap victims.
Maxwell, hand me one more.
A manacle or the whip?
Yes. Hand me another manacle.
I hand him one set of manacles.
All right.
You know,
I take them and I move his legs and his arms and his legs down a little bit and manacle the chains together.
Manacle
of
the
two.
manacles together
Yeah.
and turn him into a
Yeah.
into a bag. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of what
There
I
we go.
assumed was happening when you were doing both. Yeah. So yeah, he's screaming at this point. You know what I mean? Oh, when my mother gets a hold of you, you don't know who I am. Do you know the Ben Thapper name?
Yes,
We're
and that's why you're
powerful.
here.
We have
and
connections.
Alejandro takes out a very nice silk handkerchief and says, "It is time for you to be quiet."
Yeah.
And
Do you
stuffs
think
it
my
in his
brother's cultists or something bad? You know what I mean? As the silk handkerchief goes into his mouth. He makes some idle threats, but that's about it.
That is a horrible job for a silk handkerchief.
Well, I know. I'm pretty sure we have 4 of those, so how about we bring him down to the very bottom? We chain him to something down there like this, still staying like this, and then we keep a guard on him, and we can rest.
I'll just
For
walk
the-
up to him and be like, "Darling, don't worry, we'll take very good care of you." Before I step over to the rest of the group.
You give me an insight roll.
Insight. Where the fuck do we have that hidden?
Intelligence insight.
Like a 6th or 7th from the top.
Yeah, got it.
19. You can see that there's a look in his eyes with a little bit of disappointment mixed in there with all the anger. You know what I mean?
Aw.
Like he's a little disappointed. He thought there was something special there. You know?
Not too bad.
You could have been Mrs. Van Thamper, you know?
No thanks.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I'll pass. Hard pass.
All right.
But yeah, so Rhea does volunteer. I can keep an eye on him. It's fine.
All right.
I have
throw him in
had several issues, like I said, with these flaming fists. It's best I lay low anyway. That's why we are here. Only when I saw the flames from the ship did I assume.
All right.
Well, just make sure. Don't remove any of his testicles just yet.
And also be careful. He deals with imps, and he deals with demons. He may have things coming after him to try and save him.
We'll keep an eye out. Me and Torino will stay awake and keep watch.
As a heads up as well, I just killed 2 of the imps on the lantern over the lit lantern now. They were disguised as seagulls, so be careful of that.
Look out for seagulls. Got it.
If I was it a
Surely
sort
that
of
will
grab,
not be a hard task down here at the pier.
yeah. Was it Vandal grabs like the middle chain that's like connecting the other 2 manacles and sort of lifts him up by it.
Yeah.
Let's bring him downstairs.
Oh, that hurts.
Walk
yeah.
him like a suitcase.
Yep. Yep. You suitcase, walk him downstairs, and you can attach him to one of the like the main mast of the ship runs all the way down through the ship. So like, yeah, you got plenty of things to attach him to down there as far as that goes. And Rhea does volunteer to keep an eye on him throughout the night if you guys need to grab a rest or anything like that.
How about we search the rest of this man's pockets so he doesn't have any other tricks he could try and pull out to unlock these manacles or something.
So,
Good
rummaging
idea.
through his pockets, you find that he has a collection of daggers, both thrown and, sheathed. Let me see if I can do this here. Yeah, there you go. Taking a look at the artwork, you can see he had a number of daggers upon his person. And then also you find that he had a sack containing one more of those vials. You're not sure exactly what it is, maybe just by looking at it, but if you had seen him throw the smoke bomb previously, it seems to be one of those. But yeah, otherwise, the only thing that he would have on him, he would have a sack containing maybe 200 gold pieces. Just some walking around money, and you know, other than that, it's just his fine clothes, which, you know, all in black.
Right.
He also has a signet ring. That would be something else that he would have, is like a signet ring with the House Van Thamper crest on it.
I'll take that.
There you go.
See, so that'd be 40 gold apiece as well.
Yeah. Tidy little sum of gold, 40 gold a pop. And a ring, a couple of daggers. The daggers that he has are really nice, you know what I mean? Things like that. His clothes are, of course, very fine clothes. You know, you could tell that he's come from quite a bit of money. But yeah, that's about all that you would find. And then the one smoke bomb. Just in case you guys need to know how the smoke bombs work. Let me see. There you go. That is the info on the smoke bomb. But yeah, he seems to be subdued at this point. What would you guys like to do?
We need to have. We need to confer.
Yeah. Let's figure out what we're gonna do with him and his mother soon. But we're gonna need a rest before we decide if we actually go through with anything.
Well, you get your rest. I can keep an eye on him. This is easy enough. Like I said, I should probably lay low. I did break a nose or two on a couple of soldiers.
You're more than welcome to stay on the ship.
You have 2 noses?
No, it was more than one soldier, of course.
Broke your noses.
I broke their noses.
I like her.
With
But
your
yes.
noses.
Single? No, just kidding.
You know, they would be lucky to touch me. This was a lucky shot. But either way, I think the main thing now is to deal with this Van Thamper woman. It seems that you had actually beat me to the punch. I was heading to Low Lantern to deal with him myself. I figure if nothing else, he make good leverage. We can use him against Thalamra. See what it is that she's doing, what she knows, but from what I understand and what research I've done, she spends most of her time either at her own estate or on occasion she is known to see at the High Hall, but we do not want to approach her at the main citadel within the city, surrounded by armed guards. I think she would be best to travel to the villa. Maybe she has, more information there. At very least, this is where Thavius is supposed to be. I can keep an eye on your prisoner while you go and take care of that issue.
If Thaddeus, where Thaddeus is, that artifact is, and we need to find out about that artifact.
Curious to know what artifact they talk about. It seemed like it is important to whatever they're doing. That if they were responsible for Elturel and they plan to do the same here in Baldur's Gate, it seems this artifact might be how they do it.
Also, you mentioned that the other Hell Riders were released.
Yes, it was Serena's idea. She suggests it. Personally, I just don't even care anymore. I just want revenge.
Well, yes,
whatever
but that
my life was before, it's obviously gone now. I just I want to make sure
Well-
that he pays for what he did to me personally.
Just because El Terrell's done doesn't mean that Hell Riders itself has to be gone. What we need to do,
Is that
at
what you
least in my
say?
opinion,
She said she just kind of throws out whatever you say.
Yeah. if we can get the rest of them together that still want to fight, and she is at her, was it at wherever we can catch her at,
Vila.
maybe Villa, maybe we can have them, the ones that still want revenge, still want to fight, throw a frontal assault, diverting whatever guards or whatever defenses she has in there out to the front for them to be distracted while we can come in through a different way.
Can't lie, it's
Less-
not a bad idea. From what we saw, we traveled around the villa on a stroll the other day. It was quite nice, actually. But either way, we did see that there were at least 2 or 3 guards that seemed to circle the estate, but that's all we were able to see from outside, of course. I will say most of the Hell Riders were rather upset that they were imprisoned, and most just happy to be set free. I don't know if all of them will take part, but being loyal to Rhea, as many of them might still be, I'm sure we could get several of them to aid the cause in at least distracting some guards long enough for you to slip in, if that's the way you wish to do. I mean, otherwise you could, as Alejandro had previously said, sometimes you can catch more flies with honeys and vinegar. You could sweet talk your way in. You could pose as foreign dignitaries. I'm sure she's got her hands in on a great deal of things. She's probably not the hardest woman to trick, but I do hear she's rather savvy. I wouldn't underestimate her.
I'm just saying, if we can draw most of the defenses out towards a different part, maybe we'll leave the inside a little less defended.
I am sure that we could. And she kind of looks at Rhea, and Rhea just kind of, whatever. You can see that Rhea's really going through some stuff, you know what I mean? But yeah, she just kind of throws like a, yeah, all right, I'll do it. If you're asking, I'll do it type deal. As far as getting a couple that will help, maybe distract the guards, things like that, to give you time to, get into the estate itself. She says, at least at this point, I don't think any of them know that Emmerich has been taken. If you move quick enough, within the next day, she may just think he is out whoring or drinking. But if it takes any longer than that, she may become suspicious. But he
Our
would
best
make
bet would
good
be-
leverage. That's for sure. It just depends on how you approach her. That's up to you. Fortunately, I have wiped my hands of this until we can get my hands on Fabius. Those hands, in that situation, I have a few ideas for what my hands will do to him.
It's not just Fabius that did all this, but understandable. Let's see. Also, what do you guys think? Tomorrow we have our best bet to head out for this.
A rest would be
Good to me.
appreciated.
The rest would be appreciated. Yeah.
Also, while you're watching him, no fuzzy handcuffs, and if you do it on this floor. So that's probably a no as it is. So.
Don't know what you're talking about. You see her just turn and take a big drink of something while Tarina kind of blushes and smiles a little bit. But yeah. Also, like there's almost noticeably, now that you're catching like a full, head to toe shot of Tarina, you do see that she's kind of like looking around the captain's quarters here, and you see almost like a thin line on her side that looks like a tan mark where underwear are obviously missing. So yeah, it's pretty obvious as to whose underwear you had found previously. You know what I mean? It's more than likely hers. She's like looking under things. You know what I mean? But yeah, they've been making this place their little home for a couple of days now at very least. So they don't mind staying here and keeping an eye on things.
All right.
Go get yourself some sleep. She just kind of looks at you and says, "Go ahead."
I sort of, was it before Vanderl sort of walks out, he sort of just softly lays his hand on her shoulder and just kind of looks at her, like with his the light sort of flaring in his eyes, like the radiant. He's like, "Don't lose hope yet."
Or not to. The city that I once defended has fallen. It is no more. I have no city to defend. The Hell Riders are scattered. We no longer ride to hell, we run from it. It is not like the stories of old of, I'm trying to think what's his name. It's not like Gideon told me, riding bravely into gates of hell to fight demons and devils. Now we fight amongst ourselves and other guards, and it is unsettling, to say the least. But I hear you, if that's something.
I show her the two teeth on the helm amulet now that has like both the whatchamacallit,
Hellhound teeth?
yeah, and yeah, the hellhound teeth and also the MT is like, trust me, we're still killing demons out here. We're riding straight into this as best we can.
Give me a persuasion check.
Nice.
You see it
Yeah,
settles
you're
with her.
rolling all highs.
It does. Yeah, now let's say you see that your words do carry some weight, and she almost kind of like looks a little bit embarrassed, or maybe not even embarrassed, but like ashamed at some of her recent actions, and then kind of like you even would see, her toss a glance like at Tarina again, and then back to you, and I hear what you're saying. I will keep it in mind. But you do see that it does, like, her whole posture kind of shifts a little bit. What you had to say definitely makes a bit of an impact. Yeah. It's unusual that you guys started out as the secondaries, you know what I mean? Now you might just be the thing that inspires her, so it's a cool little dynamic. But yeah, you guys are able to then find each places to lay. There are, a variety of different cots and
I find a place where nobody else is and just go to lay down on it on whatever I find.
Gotcha. There's definitely some grain sacks and, different places where things were stored. Most of them are empty at this point. Like, most of the things were stolen, but whatever, did remain, you could probably find some place to lay down. But there's hammocks, there's cots, there's, all the places where typically the crew of the ship would stay. So there's plenty of places to sleep as far as all that. This ship in particular, being a pirate ship, wasn't very set up with very many amenities other than the captain's quarters. Everything else was pretty, just what you needed to survive with. But yeah, there's plenty of places to sleep. So you guys can grab a full night's rest. So feel free to rest and recuperate as needed. You can click your full rest button, get all your spells back and HP back and all that good stuff. Let's see, it is 12:05 now, so we are slightly after 12 o'clock, so it's probably time to bring this thing to a close. But we could at very least, if you wanted to, discuss what the plans are for, and like as you wake up in the morning, you have a few moments to plan what you're going to do with your day. You wake up with the, sunrise. If anybody does take a look out, like, I don't know, as one of the halflings steps up on the upper dock to take a piss in the morning, you can see that they have extinguished what's left of the low lantern. It is pretty screwed up, as far as that goes. The attention around it seems to settle down. You do hear like a couple of town criers, passing by. Lit lantern! The low lantern burns in the night! Things like that. Beacon of hope or sign of doom to come. Kind of pandering to the fear that the many news places do. But yeah, you don't seem to hear anything mentioned. Many suspected. None identified as of yet. Flaming Fist investigating. It seems, at least at the moment, nobody's, like, put your faces on flyers or anything like that. But yeah, you guys have the morning to plan and decide how you best want to approach this before we close down if you want.
So the question is, do we want to use deception and have the other Hell Riders attack as a diversion? Or do we want to just go and have the attack and sneak into the place?
I like option B better.
Just sneak into the place?
Because if we get the flaming fist involved, it's
Cling, 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 huh? Yeah,
No,
sneak.
the Hell
Not the
yeah, the Hell
flaming,
Riders.
the Hell Riders.
The few that were freed. I mean, you also got to remember that he points at himself and also slightly shoves Cyril, just like a little bit playfully. We're not going to be able to sneak in that place.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Speaking of which,
He sort of just looks down at
Maxwell,
her.
if you did take the time to work on that, I don't mind you kind of hasting through that as far as that goes. So if you want to consider that to be done, that's up to you whenever that's completed.
Maxwell's going to think for a second, says, hang on, I'm almost done with something. And he dashes back off over to his little corner of the room to begin banging away on the last few components.
If we are doing deception, we need a good reason for us to be there.
Large variety of options there.
I mean, our best. I think our best bet would be to have the Hell Riders sort of divert them as we make our way in. It's going to draw, hopefully, depending on how many show up and what they do, it might draw some of the inner defenses out and make it a little bit easier for us to get through inside.
The downside that I see, you hear as Rhea kind of enters back into the room. The only downside I see within taking a frontal assault is you will draw more attention this way. Could wait till cover of night, sneak in, or, as you said, deception would get you in the door. Full frontal assault will work, but it will put you on time limit and maybe bring Flaming Fist involvement. At least from what I understand, they're as thick as they are useless. They're not very good. But
what about if we let it out to the Hell Riders that are in Baldur's Gate, that Thaddeus resides at the villa?
Don't think anyone other than us knows that Thaddeus has to do with what happened to El Chirel. Honestly, we don't even have proof. We just know that he left the city. But
wait,
the Lamro does have involvement with trying to pay for cultists. He was seemingly supporting them to rouse the ire of the people, make the Flaming Fist look incompetent, as if they weren't doing it themselves. That seemed to be our goal, is to make them look useless, so they leave the city, they no longer get paid, and the Lamra can claim power.
As much as I hate to say it, what about those dragon cultists?
Yeah, that is tricky.
Exactly.
What I was thinking is we could say that this Van Thamper lady is holding Thaddeus against his will, and let it be known to the Hell Riders that he's being held against his will, so that they can rise up and protest against the villa, and possibly get the Flaming Fists involved, possibly have some kind of large demonstration or riot, and during all that confusion, we sneak in.
My concern there is, if they riot, they might bring out the Lamra, which, if she's in public eye, we cannot get to her. That is only concern there, but it's not a bad idea. None of these are a bad idea. I just, I don't know which is best. If it were me, maybe I would... I don't know. I want to charge the gates, but,
What about the lady that delivers wine? Does she ever deliver wine directly to the villa?
That is.
I do not know
good
this lady,
She
but
poisoned the drink, yes.
if you guys want to give me a history check,
I'll try.
yeah, anyone that wants to,
Could
feel
try
free to
poisoning
roll
his
history.
Shit, I'm rolling good today.
You really are. 19, 17,
8.
8. Poor
Same.
Alejandro. We got to do something with your dice, man. you either have these things where you have 20 bad dice rolls, and then when it
Well, at
counts,
least
it's
it's
like
not
one
bad
really good
Numo.
one.
It went from
Yeah.
high to low.
Yeah. Those of you that, I think Alejandro, you were more distracted by the woman herself than what she was actually saying, maybe. Numo, God knows, man. Who knows what you were
Just
distracted by? Yeah,
Dead
right.
man.
You were poking a body with a stick. Yeah, exactly. But those of you that do remember that she works for the O'Thune family. Her name was Vendetta Crest.
Vendetta
And that
Crest.
she works for the O'Thune family, which is a patriarch family in the city, known for sales of wine and other ales, things like that. And if, much like many other nobles in the city, they would surely love a free cask of wine. Or even if, there was also, actually, with a 19 and a 17, both of you guys remember that very specifically, Vendetta was the one in charge of supplying wine to the Low Lantern. So that would give a tie to Amric as well. It would not be unusual for Vendetta to have to deal with the Van Tamper family, as, she supplies wine paid for by Amric. Amric bought all the wine.
Wait. I've got it. We go to this lady, we commission some wine casks, and we deliver them to the house saying that this was the latest delivery going to the Low Lantern.
It
And
would
because
get you
the Low
past the
Lantern-
gate. They
The
might.
Low Lantern is sunk. We have to deliver it to the Van Tamper family villa.
That is brilliant. Actually, I didn't even think of it. Yeah. Why would they take it there? But he's already paid for it.
My only question is, how are we going to use him as leverage? Sure, we can say he's missing, but we have to have proof. Unless we're planning to bring him along, and that's going to be harder to bring him in.
Once
We
you're
bring
inside,
the signet ring. We bring the signet ring.
Yes, we bring this. Okay. Actually, speaking of which, then Rhea, can you get any of the Hell Riders that are still wanting to, do something, and have them defend the ship with him on it? So if they try to find him and they somehow do figure out where he's at, there's going to be enough people here to hold off whatever they send.
that I can do. I know that there are many that I thought long into the night about what you said, and there are many that are still loyal to the cause. They would be loyal to me. I could ask them to help defend the ship. That would not be a problem. You would also hear Tarina say, and I do have a fair amount of people that owe me. I believe you own one of their pairs of pants, at least one. But I have many others that would also help if it was a matter of just simply keeping an eye on a ship to pay off some of their debts. I could help with this as well. He would be the safest man, or at least the ship would be the safest place in all of Baldur's Gate.
My only issue with that, how big are these favors? Because if they see that the person that is being held is a Van Thamper, and they think, well, I could free him and get a lot of favor by the Van
Money
Thamper
buys
family.
a lot of things. Fear buys even more. I can leave them out if you wish. I just simply offered.
Maybe if
But-
you don't disclose why they're watching the ship, and maybe keep them off towards the dock and keep the Hell Riders on the ship.
Why would I ever tell them what they're doing? I'm just telling them what to do. I don't ever give them information. Information is
Fair enough.
power. Do you not understand what I do?
Well, I'm just making sure. I just want to double check before anything does get checked. I mean, you know.
I see your wisdom, and I assure you I would keep it quiet. You are correct. If anyone were to find out, it would make their job it would make my job more complicated in keeping it quiet, so we can turn this place into a vault of sorts. Even the banking house would be jealous of the fortifications we could put in place if you ask.
Too
You
much
could get-
might draw attention, though, depending on how you set it up.
See, that's the nice part about knowing dock workers. They're supposed to be at the dock. But,
Enough.
and you would actually hear Rhea say, that would get you past the door. Once you're inside the villa, that means there's no attention outside, and once you're inside, that's whatever happens, happens. But at least there are no guards, no one will know. Just make sure no one escapes the villa, and you should be able to make short work of, finding Talamra and Stabius.
If
Seems like
we don't
good plan.
return, please make sure he goes back in pieces one after another. I'm not dealing with this in any half measure.
I will make sure to return him in pieces and feed them to his mother. It seems like
Everyone
we have
agree with that?
formulated a plan. And 20 minutes after 12, that seems like a perfect place to end tonight's session. With a good idea of what we're going to get into next week. I always like to do a little bit of that if I can. This way you guys have a good idea of, now you know what to think about between now and next week as to how to deal with that. But yeah, let me go ahead and see if I can do this without breaking the stream this time.
At this point, I'd also produce the set of mithril plate and hand it to the cleric.
Aha.
It has a
There you
picture
go.
of her deity on the front.
I
There we
am
go.
shoving my
There it is. It reloaded. But just to make sure, you said that you had finished the chain or the plate mail for her, and
yeah.
as you handed it to her, it had a visage, kind of like the symbol of her deity across the front of it.
Yes.
Very cool. Very well made. It is very nice. And you see the scribe's quill and pen, more or less, or quill and parchment of Ogma set across the front of it in a very stylized version. But yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to switch over to this real quick so you guys have a quick look, and you guys can start checking that out kind of as you go through it. But there is a nice little sneak peek at the villa that you guys will be going into. Just to kind of go ahead
give me a
and
house
throw
like
this
that.
out there. Let's see. As you were told by Rhea, there is a cadre of 3 guards that circle the building counterclockwise throughout the day. And other than that, she didn't see anyone else on the outside of the building. So that'll give you guys, I just figured I'd give you guys a little bit of a... That's set now, where it shouldn't do it. But either way, we're reconnected now, so... but anyway, I was just gonna, say, one, this way you guys get a little sneak peek of what the villa looks like. At least from what you were told by Rhea, there are typically 3 guards that circle the building counterclockwise, and also that it is located in the upper city. Siriel, you being more from here and having spent a couple of weeks here, would know that typically in order to get into the upper city, you need some sort of affiliation to the patriarch families or official business that needs to be done there. But also, as Rhea has told you, Numo and Alejandro, you guys probably would be more keen to this way. But you would know that you can typically also throw a couple of gold towards a guard and they'll tend to look the other way. So yeah, that is one minor complication, is just trying to find your way into the upper city anyhow. But once you're there, the villa should be pretty easy to get into if you have a couple of casks of wine. You just have to track down Vendetta Cress, but you guys also know that she works for the Othun Patriarch family, so seems like you got all the info, you just have to put all the pieces together. So we'll get there next week. Let me go ahead and close this thing down. I just want to say thank you to everybody that made their way in. I appreciate you guys for coming in and watching the stream this week. I hope you guys did enjoy the game. Those of you that do enjoy the game, let us know about it. Make sure to, jump in chat when you get the opportunity. Tell us about it, If you haven't checked out the YouTube already, we do post these about a week behind on YouTube. Sometimes it's a day or two off, but I try to get to them about a week later. This way I can edit them, at least the beginning and ends off of and trim it down a little bit. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure to check out our YouTube channel. Give us a follow and subscribe over there, or it's a subscribe and a like over there. Apologize. It really does help out the channel overall. That the more people that we can reach out to and show the stream to, the more people we can bring in to get involved. So make sure to check that out while you're at it. And even if you guys are watching this later on YouTube, keep in mind you can always still head to the Ko-Fi shop. Excuse me. Still head to the Ko-Fi shop and purchase any of those things. They're still available, and we will add them in the next session. So make sure to come over here and check us out on Twitch too. We always appreciate that. Like the follows and the subscriptions and things go a long way. So come over and check us out live. We're here every Friday night. But anyway, let's go ahead and close this thing down. We'll go around and do the loop. We'll get the three first of you. Alejandro, any closing thoughts?
Oh, that was quite a fun session. Got to highlight a lot of my skills in this. And so I was very happy to do so.
Yeah, this was definitely a Alejandro-centric episode. I like that because we haven't got to see as much of the cool bard stuff yet. But yeah, this was a perfect setup for you for sure. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. Glad to see it. Whoops, did I misspell that or something? Flash shout out. That's what I did wrong. Nope, I gotta. Damn it.
It's going well.
Having fun.
Yeah, I keep misspelling
Just
or using
trying.
it wrong. I was trying to do it early this time. This way we didn't have to wait the 60 seconds. But yeah, Maxwell, if you got any closing thoughts there?
Yeah, I think we got a find interesting adventure ahead of us, and if we rack up $30 or more donations, I'll set the villa on fire.
I'll
No,
set
not the villa.
on fire. Just keep adding $10 to it every time. Each time you have to set a new fire, $10 more.
When we get to Avernus, are you just gonna put out fires in Avernus instead?
That's
No, I'm going to set Avernus on fire somehow.
we'll
figure
figure
out
it
a
out.
way.
It'll just flood Avernus.
$80 will burn down hell.
I think the smart move is just start making ice water now. This way, when you get to Avernus, you guys can make it rich. You can just sell it. Sell an ice water in hell. I think it'll do really well.
Craft 80 decanters of endless water. We
There
got
you
this
go,
plan
right?
set up.
That's it. All right. Well, Sariel or Ali, any final thoughts before we close out?
It wasn't as disastrous as I thought it was gonna go.
I mean, you
Yes.
almost made a new husband.
Oh, no.
He was super interested.
Yeah, well, sad to say, I was not.
That could have been your invitation to the upper city right there.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm perfectly fine where I'm at. I don't need nothing.
Mhm.
Just life. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I probably should apologize to my team later on somewhere at some point.
Get it. I like how every adventure you go on, you have to go back to the temple and apologize again. You know what I mean? It's just always like, I did another adventure. I'm sorry, God. I didn't mean to.
Oh,
It just keeps
this one not
happening.
necessarily to my deity. This time more to my team for getting absolutely fucking shit-faced wasted and then fucking end
Fair
up
enough.
with a temper.
Just you're that streamer that just never learns anymore, learns any better. They're on like their 5th apology video. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
Ukulele
That's
comes out.
All right, well, Numo, since I got you first, if you want to go ahead and do your shout out thing, and I already got you a shout out in, or yeah, if you want to do your thing, I got a shout out in there so people can follow your channel from there.
Yeah. I got a channel. It's numerousness. That's it in a nutshell. Thursdays, Saturdays are typically my stream days. I don't know what I'm doing this Saturday. We'll do something though. For sure, we'll be playing our D&D game, and I'll see if I can get on early. Do something.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point for me to mention. I totally forgot about. So yeah, definitely make sure to check out Numerous. He does some cool stuff. Just starting the channel, so all the new support helps get the channel off the ground. That's always a huge help. I appreciate it when you guys do that. But yeah, as he mentioned on Saturday, we are doing a one shot where Jackal, this guy I'm about to introduce, is going to be doing going to be GMing for us. So if you guys if you want to check out a one shot where I actually get to sit in as a player and let Jackal take the lead, make sure to check it out. Same time, as far as that goes, 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be really cool. So make sure to check that out. We've got some really interesting characters planned, that's for sure. And then last but definitely not least, Jackal, if you want to go ahead and do your outro.
Hello,
right
everybody.
there is
I
your
am
Twitch info.
Thank you. I am the Jackal. I hopefully should start streaming again here soon. I keep on saying every single time, but I've really been trying to get back into it. We're going to be doing the one shot tomorrow, where I actually get the GM, which is what I usually had to do for a long while, but when I first started. But yeah, so I'm excited to do all that. I'm actually excited to get everything all sorted up for that. But yeah, so
As far
thank
as
you for
that
popping in.
goes, I'll be more than happy to put you to work running games for me. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
I don't get to play often enough, so just in case anyone is interested, if it goes well, the hope is that if this stream goes well, it's a one shot on Saturday. I mean, it may not stay that day, but the idea being that we could do more one shots. We could do a variety of different systems. We could do different DMs and players. Paul from our vampire game is also a GM. We know we got a couple of them here in the crew that either or that have already done it or might be willing to try. We could try out different systems. We could switch around the players. We could bring in new players that you guys from yourselves, if you guys are ever interested, let me know that you're interested in playing. Could be very, very cool. But yeah, check that out Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this week. So tomorrow, 8 p.m. Make sure to be there. It'll be a really good game, and I'm excited for it. But I just want to say thank you to everybody that came in. Thank you to everybody that supports the channel. Seriously, like, we cannot keep the lights on if it wasn't for you guys' support. So the subscriptions, donations, all of it is super useful, even if it's $1. Like, it really did, like these $2 advantages, that really does help. If those add up, we get a couple of those that add in, that pays our D&D Beyond subscription or our Roll20 subscription. Some of those are $5 and $10. So yeah, like that, every dollar really does count. It all adds up. Sound alerts, the sound alerts that you guys use, that stacks into our monthly Twitch payment. You have to have at least $50 or else it won't pay it out. So, anything that helps get it over that $50 mark, another big help. So it's always appreciated, no matter if it's $1 or $100 or $1,000. You know what I mean? It's what keeps our channel going and lets us keep doing these games. So I really, really appreciate it. That's exactly. Even the channel points. Hey, man, just being active in chat goes a long way. But all right, guys, you have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow night, not for this game, but for our one-shot, as far as that goes. But I can't wait to see you guys there, and I get to be a player for change. So I'll catch you guys all tomorrow, and you'll have a great night. Peace.
Peace.